Do you know how much authority our squad leaders have? They manage between 350 to 400 people. In the apocalypse, how many people are in a typical survivor team? A dozen or a few dozen is most common. A team of over 100 is rare, and people will fight to the death for the leadership position of such a small group. Here, the capable take charge. Not only that, but they're protected by the larger brigades and have logistical support for supplies and medical care. Bian Changxi felt like the big bad wolf, using the most enticing words to lure the little white rabbit. Fortunately, while this little white rabbit wasn't entirely naive or weak, his resolve was wavering. This was the nature of the era. Aside from a few who held onto their pride and inner strength, most people followed the principle of whoever has milk is my mother. Whoever had power, whoever could provide security, opportunities for growth, and the best resources, that person was the boss. To put it bluntly, if An Jibo truly wanted to avenge Sun Buchun, he would have acted long ago. Perhaps he didn't even realize it himself, but his righteous indignation was just a show to prove he had principles and wouldn't shamelessly throw himself at the feet of his former master's killer for a small opportunity, like a cat smelling fish. He wouldn't forgive Bian Changxi and the others for what they did, but to survive, he had no choice but to join their ranks. All right, Bian Changxi admitted she was being cynical. It was just that she had a bad impression of An Jibo, a problem left over from history. So, the moment they met up with the main organization outside the base and confirmed their safety, she had someone detain An Jibo. Facing his incredulous and furious gaze, she was perfectly calm. She said to Xiao Feng, "This man helped us, but he tried to kill us before that. I suggest we observe him for a while. If there are no issues, he could be useful." This was the opportunity she had mentioned. Saying this much for him was the absolute limit. Xiao Feng glanced at An Jibo. He remembered this man well. After Sun Buchun's death, he had secretly investigated all of his men, keeping track of their backgrounds and whereabouts. Those who were truly ruthless or a threat had been quietly dealt with. For the rest, he used various means to make them all disperse. It was only then that he realized Sun Buchun had commanded a considerable force, with deep infiltration into both the military and government. He had even proactively recruited talented individuals by offering them favors. An Jibo was one such case. Xiao Feng had wanted to recruit this powerful wood element user, but he worried the man harbored a grudge, so he only kept him under surveillance. An Jibo's leaf hadn't been easy, and he was frequently asking about the Changxi group, especially Bian Changxi. It was likely he had wanted to join them for some time. He was not a man who was content with his lot, much less an honest one. Xiao Feng nodded, had someone knock him unconscious and took him away. At the same time, he urged Bian Changxi into a vehicle. "We need to catch up with the main convoy quickly. We have to cross the river, and we need your warships to pave the way. Where's Gushu? Brigades 7 and 8 will be out shortly. Xu Chang is trying to obstruct them like a madman. He's leading the mobile unit to keep them occupied." The truth was, Xu Chang had wanted to take Bian Changxi hostage. Gu Shu had staged a diversion to save her. Her successful escape wasn't just a matter of luck and her own efforts. Fighting had probably already broken out inside. Bian Changxi said, "In that case, I'll fly over. A car will have to follow the convoy. By the time we get there, the riverbank will be completely congested. But in the sky, it's fine. It's only 60 li. How long can that take? There are no high mountains or dense forests around here. What are the chances of running into mutated birds?" She had already taken out a helicopter, a domineering military model. Its massive frame looked like a great bird forged from steel, sitting there with an imposing aura. The guard uncle secretly grinned. This time, they were really going to fly. Xiao Feng gave her a deep look. "We need to bring one more person." "Who?" Chu Hao was called out of a car. Surprisingly, Yang Xiaowen was behind him. The two had been in the same vehicle. Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow, not quite understanding the situation, but now wasn't the time for questions. They all boarded the helicopter. Worried about the still unconscious Auntie Zhao, Bian Changxi brought her along as well. The guard uncle, who had shared their hardship, also came. In total, there were 6 of them. Her Xiaofeng, Chu Hao, the pilot, Auntie Zhao, and the guard. The black helicopters spiraled into the air and sped towards the river. The sky was clear, and the early spring light was refreshing. Still, Bian Changxi's heart pounded slightly. Although the flying creatures were mainly in the forest outside the south gate, the north gate area had become more populated these days. There was no guarantee they wouldn't be attracted over. Fortunately, they landed safely just over 20 minutes later. On the helicopter, Xiaofeng had told her that Chu Hao's space was filled with a large amount of fish meat. The same stuff Bai Heng and his group had used to lure the sea monsters, making them lose their minds and give up on eating humans. Yang Xiaowen had gotten this information by cozying up to one of Zhang Mingcheng's men. Then, Xiaofeng had sent people to capture the space element user holding the fish meat. After a few threats, the kid had dumped out his entire stock. There was quite a lot of it. Bian Changxi was surprised. She had no idea when Yang Xiaowen had become one of them and quietly accomplished such a major feat. On both sides of the Yuantang Bridge, she placed 4 warships in the water between the steps of the already constructed embankments. Anything on the decks that might obstruct foot traffic had been sawed off and polished smooth. It was as if 4 new bridges had suddenly appeared on the water's surface. The combat personnel guarding both banks helped clear out the strange creatures in the water. Then, 2 teams each took half of the fish meat and went far upstream and downstream to release it, slowly luring the large creatures from the riverbed away. Soon, the vanguard vehicles of the 5th Brigade arrived. People disembarked quickly and orderly, leaning up to cross the river over the bridges and warships. Hundreds of space element users and members of the logistics team, who had either followed along or been summoned from the camp, came over to collect the vehicles. With no cars blocking the way, people got out, formed groups, and crossed the river as soon as they arrived. The efficiency was astonishing. It looked more and more like an evacuation, but everything remained orderly. Bian Changxi followed the last group into the camp. The 2 newly arrived brigades were led to an area near the original camp, which had once been a man-made forest. The trees had been cut down, and the low stumps now served as stools and tables. Houses and tents were scattered among them, stretching out as far as the eye could see. The people from the first 4 brigades led the newcomers to their designated areas. Who got a house and who got a tent had been decided back at the base, with all spots determined by crystal cores or past contributions and performance. Those who had contributed nothing could only sit on the barren ground, retrieve their belongings from the space element users, and slowly set up a place to leave. Fortunately, there was a relatively sturdy wall surrounding the area. The leaders also announced that 2 city blocks were already being cleared out, and they could move in tomorrow. They were considered lucky. This place had been prepared for them. The later arrivals, Brigades 7 and 8, would have to squeeze in wherever they could. Bian Changxi settled Auntie Zhao with the families of the team leaders. She found an empty spot on the edge and released a single-room wooden house. It was tiny, only about 10 square meters, something she kept for situations where space was tight or the terrain was poor. The area was chaotic, packed with people and supplies, leaving almost no empty ground. If she had taken out her mini villa, she would have been killed by jealous stares. She pushed open the door and walked inside. Although the space was small, it was fully furnished with a table, bed, chair, and cabinet. Once the door was closed, the clamor from outside faded away. She went into the farm to wash her face and change her clothes, then came out and collapsed onto the bed, which was covered with a soft blanket. If she weren't worried someone might come looking for her at any moment, she would have preferred to rest inside the farm. There was nothing more comforting than having a comfortable bed to rest on after a long, exhausting day. She didn't want to lift a finger. She felt completely drained of strength. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Shu hadn't arrived yet, she would have closed her eyes and fallen asleep immediately. She got up and pushed open the only window, looking out at the sky. The once clear sky was now gloomy, as if the weather was about to turn. It couldn't rain or snow now. If the weather changed, those of them who were exposed to the elements would be in trouble. Her fears came true. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the horizon. Not only was Bian Changxi stunned, but the people outside also looked up at the sky in horror. Is that thunder? What a disaster. It's only this time of year. Chuik, pack up your things and get into the tents. We should be grateful. At least we're better off than those still in the base. The sound boomed twice more, shaking the ground. Bian Changxi's expression changed. That wasn't thunder, it was cannon fire. From the sound of it, it was coming from the direction of Yuantong Bridge, or perhaps even further. There were also the sounds of gunfire and fighting. She jumped out of bed and pulled open the door, nearly colliding with several people. It was Zhang Bubai, Lin Rongrong, Chen Yisha, Chu Hao, and even Zhao Anen and Lin He, all people she knew. The convoy has arrived, so I figured you'd be here too. I came to find you, Zhang Bubai said, panting. Although he was just a driver and not of much use, his job was to run errands for her. He had arrived at the camp just a step ahead of her. The others had either come on their own, were lingering nearby, or had joined the group when they saw everyone else gathering. Lin He had brought his men over to see if she needed help. They were now mid-squad leaders, with significant authority and manpower. Bian Changxi ignored them and looked into the distance. The view was blocked by various buildings, so she couldn't see what was happening. Her heart leaped into her throat. Had Gu Shu's route been intercepted? Was he ambushed? What was going on? She wanted to go, but Zhang Bubai blocked her way. I received direct orders. Once Miss Bian arrives, we are to protect you well and not let you leave. He had a serious expression, and the few new recruits from his old squad who were with him looked equally determined. Lin He and Zhao Anen also nodded in agreement. They had clearly received the same order. Bian Changxi was both annoyed and amused. That man is ordering people around from so far away. If these people were determined to stop her, Bian Changxi wouldn't be able to leave. She stood there fuming. You all have your own duties. Why are you blocking me instead of doing them? Zhang Bubai was resolute, insisting that her safety was the top priority. If the sounds of battle in the distance hadn't quickly subsided, she would have definitely lost her temper with them. Despite the obstruction, the two later brigades, 7 and 8, moved with incredible speed. Under the cover of the mobile unit, they crossed the river in just 1 hour. After arriving, they didn't immediately settle in, but quietly found places to rest. The combat personnel joined the other teams to form up, Grimalili Tursi waiting for a potential battle. Bian Changxi didn't know what had happened on the other side of the river, but Gu Shu finally arrived, leading the last contingent of people and dragging along a group of assorted prisoners. An inspiring anthem blared from the speakers on a vehicle's roof. People cheered and cars sped along, like triumphant victors returning from battle, which, in fact, they were. As they drew near, a man stood on the high roof of a vehicle and announced that all 8 brigades, including the entire 15,000-strong mobile unit, had successfully relocated. Cheers erupted across the chaotic camp. Afterward, everyone settled down to manage their own affairs. Just getting out wasn't enough, and just finding a place to land wasn't enough. They didn't know when they would set off again, so this temporary shelter had to be made at least bearable. They couldn't just sleep under the open sky day after day. Everyone got busy. This particular camp, cleared from a forest, housed 2.5 brigades. Over 80,000 people were crammed together. When they all started working, it was a sea of people and a cacophony of noise. From a distance, Bian Changxi saw that figure leap down from a vehicle and disappear into the crowd, no longer visible. Her heart finally settled. It's okay if I can't see him, as long as he's safe. She dismissed the people gathered around her. Everyone had their own organizations to return to. Only Zhang Bubai remained, asking cheerfully, "Sister-in-law, what do you need us to do?" "Do? Of course, it's eating, drinking, shitting." She held up a fifth finger. "Sleeping. Everyone, go do what you're supposed to do. But my mission is to guard you." The door slammed shut in Zhang Bubai's face. He looked awkward for a moment, but when he turned to face his companions, his expression became serious. "Sister-in-law told us to do what we're supposed to do. I'm supposed to be on guard here. The rest of you dismiss." With that, he sat down in front of the door, chest puffed out. Sister-in-law was different from the other leaders. She didn't leak to cultivate confidence or have people following her around. The only person who could truly be considered her attendant was Zhang Bubai, and that was only because he had been assigned to replace Lin He and Zhao Enen. Occasionally, his companions were brought along, but only during special circumstances when extra hands were needed. Therefore, Zhang Bubai took his duty very seriously and felt a great sense of responsibility. It wasn't a big deal back at the base, but now, in this crowded and chaotic place, with sister-in-law's small wooden house sitting right here, he had to protect it well. He stared at the passers-by, his honest eyes shining with sharp vigilance. "The base is gone. The base is gone, what do we do?" "Zombies. Zombies, help. Moms, where are you? Run." "Where to?" "North." "All those soldiers are heading north. The capital is the heart of our country, it must not have fallen. Changxi, are you coming with us? You have no family left anyway, it's better than being with people you don't know. Captain, why are you bringing her along? Don't we have a wood element user? She's such bad luck. Everyone who gets close to her dies. She has no real skills, and all she does is seek revenge against this person or that person, or just sits there motionlessly. She's lost her soul." "Exactly. She used to be close to Captain Gu, but now Gu's fate is unknown. What does she have to be proud of? I can't stand her. I heard she used to be from a rich family. Rich girls have nice skin. Your squad has sold you to us, so be a good girl and follow us. You'll have plenty to eat and drink. Disobedient. Once we're done with you, we'll dump you in these barren mountains and see how a delicate little wood element user like you survives. Good away. Good away from me. I'm not a delicate wood element user. I'm not useless. Why does everyone have to provoke me, bully me, harm me, and look down on me? I'll kill you. I'll kill you all." Bian Changxi's face twisted with ferocity. Her blood boiled. She grabbed the hand reaching for her, digging her nails deep into the flesh as she pulled it towards her mouth. Changxi. What's wrong? That's not right. Are these the voices? In her memory, the fat, vulgar man whose wrist she had bitten off had let out a pig-leak squeal as a knife stabbed and sliced, spilling his intestines all over her. The scene was so nauseating that she had tried not to recall it for years. It was just one of many ordinary events from those long years. But no matter how long ago it was, she could tell that the voices back then were not like this. There were no anxious, worried, warm voices like these. She snapped her eyes open. The light was a bit blurry at first, but then she saw a small lamp overhead and a young, handsome man with a tense, anxious expression. This was a clean, warm little room, not some barren wilderness. She wasn't sleeping in the open, and there were no distant, chilling wolf howls or twisted, filthy smiles, only concerned voices from inside and outside the room. It took her a moment to realize where she was. The ferocious killing intent in her body, instantly dissipated. Only then did she notice that she was indeed biting a hand, while her other hand was gripping another. She released her mouth and recoiled slightly. An arm was behind her back. She was lying on the bed, half leaning against Gushu. The hand she had been biting was, naturally, his. As for the one she was gripping, she looked over and saw on Jibo's terrified and bewildered face. She let go, and he quickly pulled his hand back. He glanced at her, then at the deep, bloody scratches on his skin, and discreetly moved a little further away. "Changxi, are you okay? How are you feeling?" Gushu paid no attention to their interaction, nor did he look at his own bloodied wrist. He asked urgently, "Were you having a nightmare, or are you not feeling well?" After rinsing her mouth and wiping her face, Bian Changxi lay back down. The room was empty now, but she could faintly hear distant, intermittent voices from outside. "Slept for 2 days. I asked An Jibo to take a look at her, but who knew she'd suddenly wake up, screaming and biting people? Is something wrong with her?" Her face darkened. "I was screaming." "What did I scream?" She wanted to hear more, but a stern, cold voice stopped them. It was Xiao Yun. It seemed he then went to talk to Gushu, but she couldn't make out what they were saying. Bian Changxi lay on the bed in a daze. So what had happened was, she had slept for nearly 2 days and 2 nights. Gushu, finally unable to wait any longer, had brought on Jibo, the second most powerful wood element user after her, to check on her. Just as he was about to see what was wrong, she had suddenly grabbed his hand and tried to eat it. Gushu had then rushed forward to restrain her, offering his own hand instead. It sounded like an epileptic seizure. How embarrassing, she thought, her mind wandering. But why did I dream about the past? It must have been around this time in her previous leaf. No, it was 4 or 5 months later. The Suzhou base finally fell. In the chaos, she fled with Zhu Yunhua's team. A few days on the road, 2 malicious and jealous people in the team led them slightly off the main path. Then a cold tranquilizer dart hit her in the neck, and she lost consciousness. When she woke up, she was surrounded by several disgusting men. She saved herself. Just when she was about to give up, Zhu Yunhua led his men back and rescued her. It was then that she began to think Zhu Yunhua was reliable. He wouldn't abandon any team member, he wasn't afraid of danger, and he had a certain daring style. Even now, she still felt that as a leader, he was quite responsible, provided that the people around him didn't possess any treasures that would tempt him to kill for them, or get in his way. Bian Changxi gave a self-deprecating smile. In those few years of the apocalypse, everyone had been changed. I must have been too tired to have that dream. She brushed away the faint shadow in her heart and calmed down to check her physical condition. She had never slept for nearly 2 whole days before. Even though she had felt as weak as a dead dog before falling asleep, she now felt clear-headed and strong. But was this really just from sleeping? The moment her mind sank inward, her eyes flew open and she shot up into a sitting position. Just then, Gushu, still worried, came to the door. Hearing the noise, he immediately pushed it open. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Bian Changxi's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. "Good news, great news. I think I've advanced a tier." She checked again. Her energy was full, and both its quality and quantity were a level higher than before. It felt as if she had broken through a small barrier and shot up a notch. No wonder she could hear voices from so far away just now. Her 5 senses had become sharper. She was finally tier 4. "Really?" Gushu let out a breath of relief and examined her carefully. "What about your previous injuries?" "I wasn't injured, just exhausted. That's why I slept for so long." She climbed out of bed, eager to test her new abilities. Even though she had advanced several times before, every improvement was still exciting. In the end, this was about survival rates and quality of leaf. And I think sleeping for so long was related to my advancement. During an advancement, one's abilities would fluctuate. It made sense that she was affected in her dream, becoming filled with killing intent and recalling unpleasant memories from the past. Everything suddenly became clear. She was about to run outside when Gu Shu grabbed her. "It's not even dawn yet, the coldest part of the day. You've only just recovered." Without letting her argue, he pressed on her shoulders, making her sit on the edge of the bed. "Take a good look. Are you really okay?" Bian Changxi looked at him, her smiling face slowly growing calm. "I'm sorry I worried you these past 2 days." She shrugged, feigning a relaxed tone. "If I had known I'd sleep this long, I would have told you beforehand." Gu Shu lowered his head and gazed at her, his dark eyes deep and profound. Finally, he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her into an embrace. "Yes, you did. You scared me to death." Bian Changxi sat at the banquet table, surrounded by familiar faces. Everyone raised their cups, offering celebratory toasts, eating meat and vegetables with gusto. The atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter and cheerful chatter. She felt a little out of place, but she had to attend. The celebration had been postponed for 2 days because of her. As Lin Rongrong had privately told her, the camp had been shrouded in a gloomy, icy atmosphere for the past 2 days. No one dared to even speak loudly. They just worked with their heads down, afraid that even eating a flavorful piece of meat would draw unwanted attention. Who had the heart or the courage to hold a banquet? All of this, of course, was because the great sister-in-law Bian had been unconscious, and a certain someone's face had been covered in dark clouds. Bian Changxi glanced at Gu Shu. He sat at the head of the table. People constantly came to toast Xiao Feng, who sat next to him, seemingly without a moment's rest. But Gu Shu's side was quiet. Even those who did approach him to offer a toast did so with trepidation, reverence, and caution. She had only been asleep for 2 days, yet no one dared to act presumptuously in his presence anymore. Someone tried to cause trouble at their camp, mainly over in that block of streets, saying they were taking up too much space. Guess what happened? Boss Gu moved the execution of those prisoners right in front of them. He announced their crimes one by one and then beheaded them, one by one. The scene was terrifying. She had overheard this from people outside their group, survivors who had fled from other bases and came to their camp to trade crystal cores for rice and grain they hadn't brought enough of. They were gossiping as they left. No wonder she hadn't seen the 2,000+ prisoners. However, it was said that the more important ones, including Xu Chang, had not yet been dealt with and were still being held in vehicles. So Gu Shu had managed to capture the vice commander that day. A speed type from the 4th Brigade, relying on the fact that he was an early arrival and an ability user, bullied a few people from the 8th Brigade's convoy. He skimmed their grain rations and even demanded protection money. He also made them pay him to rent a place to sleep. I heard they were relatives, so it was technically a family matter. But when it reached Captain Gu, that speed type was kicked out of the team. Anyone who pleaded for him got kicked out too. That's nothing. Yesterday evening, 2 scoundrels from the 5th Brigade's convoy followed 2 women who went out to relieve themselves and tried to. Well, you know. They were seen and stopped before they could succeed. Later, both of them were shot in the head on the spot. They begged so miserably, kowtowing with tears and snot everywhere, but Boss Gu acted as if he didn't see a thing. That was truly frightening. This was another piece of gossip Bian Changxi had overheard that morning, whispered among the people in the camp. These weren't the only incidents, but they all had one thing in common. Gu Shu was now managing things, and he was doing it with a strict, ruthless, and unforgiving hand. His reputation for both prestige and ferocity had been established in just 2 short days. However, people's fear of him didn't mean they hated him. At the very least, his severe punishment of criminals earned him the support and praise of nearly all the women in the camp. The vulnerable groups especially admired and supported him. The improved discipline and more complete rules in the camp today were inseparable from his actions. As she was lost in thought, there was a stir from the opposite side of the table. Gu Shu stood up. People tried to make him stay. "Captain Gu, won't you drink a little longer?" "No, thank you. Enjoy yourselves." He gave a faint smile, his gaze fleeking towards Bian Changxi. The hint was unmistakable. Bian Changxi's hand, holding her chopsticks, paused. After he had left and was out of sight, she also excused herself and left the table. Even after walking some distance, she could still feel the teasing gazes from behind. She felt a pang of annoyance. Why am I being so sneaky? It would have been fine to leave with Gu Shu just now. Now it looks like we're having a secret rendezvous. Today wasn't just a celebration for the important figures. The general populace, except for those on guard duty, had all managed to cook a decent meal. The camp was filled with the smoke of cooking fires, rising steam, and the clamor of voices. Under the shroud of Twilight, it didn't seem chaotic, but instead possessed a unique warmth. The elderly had left the tables early and were sitting together, chatting. In reality, they were saving the food for the young people and children. The children didn't eat for long either, before running off to play. Most of the adults had packed the more filling and long-lasting food for them to eat later. The children who were brought into the team were generally sensible. They would swallow a few times and then substitute play for the desire to eat and drink. As for the young people with families, most of them sat at the tables chatting, stopping after they were about 60 or 70% full. The days ahead were long, and they had to rely on these supplies to survive. Although it was for celebration, the only ones truly feasting on meat and wine were the capable, the wealthy, and the single men. Bian Changxi walked past the houses, tents, and dinner tables, a scene of lively yet bittersweet hardship, where people cared for and supported one another. People would smile, greet her, and warmly tersi invite her to join them. Fortunately, this was the edge of the camp where there weren't many people. If she had walked from the center, her neck would have been sore from just nodding in return. When she reached the gate of the forest camp, Gu Shu was waiting for her. She ran the last few steps. "What's going on? Why are you being so mysterious?" Gu Shu glanced at her. "Weren't you the one rushing me?" "What do you mean?" Gu Shu took her hand and started walking outside. The guards at the gate, which was made of an armored vehicle and a simple iron barrier, immediately let them pass, though their gazes secretly fell on their clasped hands. Bian Changxi tried to pull her hand away, but as expected, she failed. She let him be. Since she had woken up, Gu Shu seemed to have fewer reservations than before. He wouldn't have made such an intimate gesture so openly in the past. Could this be considered progress? Bian Changxi looked down at their hands, her mind wandering. Gu Shu suddenly stopped. "Right here is fine." She looked up. They were in a sparse wood, not large enough to harbor any dangerous creatures, but perfect for a secret, rendezvous. Under the setting sun, the woods were mysterious and serene. If not for the bare branches with only a few new leaves, it would have been a different kind of beautiful. She didn't understand. What are we doing here? It couldn't be for the reason she was thinking of. Gu Shu placed a finger to his lips. "Shh Listen." He suddenly smiled at her. "It's here." "Here?" Bian Changxi's eyes widened as she looked into the woods, using her heightened senses and mental power to probe the area. She hadn't detected anything. Something was indeed coming. From far away, something small, low to the ground, shot forward like an arrow. It was agile, joyful, and urgent. Its paws made almost no sound as they landed, except for a sleek rustle of dead leaves. Its entire body was so light and graceful it seemed to be flying. Bian Changxi pictured the figure in her mind, wondering if it was a powerful beast. Before the thought had fully formed, she belatedly realized what it was. Before she could cry out, a dusty gray shadow shot out of the woods like a bolt of lightning. Only then did Bian Changxi exclaim, "Milk." She was perfectly tackled to the ground. Even her cry of "your back" was muffled into your fat. A cool, sleetly heavy body stepped on her. Its wet, long fur, matted with snow and mud, hung down in a pathetic yet comical way. But its ears were perked up, its eyes were bright, and its awu was cheerful and clear as it stuck out its long tongue to lick her face incessantly. Bian Changxi was overjoyed, but also helpless against this slobbery assault. At first, she eagerly asked Milk, "I missed you so much. And where have you been?" But she quickly started dodging left and right, shouting, "Stop, stop, are you trying to wash my face?" Gu Shu watched with an indulgent smile, not moving even when Bian Changxi pleaded for help. However, after those 4 dirty paws stepped on a certain spot, his expression changed. With a slightly darkened face, he grabbed the audacious creature by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. Milk struggled for a moment, then turned its head to look at him with dissatisfaction. After a couple of glances, it let out a happy yip and tried to lick him. Gu Shu quickly leaned his head back slightly and extended his arm. Now, no matter how much Milk flailed, it couldn't reach him, and it whined pitifully. Bian Changxi got up, laughing. She disgustedly wiped her face, then looked at her clothes, which were covered in wet paw prints. "Look what you've done to me, you little brat. You need a bath." Right beside the woods, the 2 humans worked together for a long time, using half a bottle of shower gel and several buckets of water to wash Milk until he was snow-white and fragrant. Afterward, Bian Changxi sat in a soft armchair with a fleece blanket on her lap, holding Milk and combing his fur, trimming the parts that were too tangled to brush out. Milk didn't seem to mind being groomed at all. He chased Bian Changxi's hand or nipped at the corner of her clothes, still immersed in the joy of their reunion, his intelligence momentarily reduced to that of a rabbit-sized pet dog. In fact, he now looked like a big dog. Standing up, he was taller than her knees. When he sat in her lap, she could barely wrap her arms around him. From the cute little fox that could barely climb on her shoulder to this sturdy creature, Bian Changxi found it a bit hard to accept. "Where did you run off to? You've grown so big in the blink of an eye. Any bigger, and I won't be able to hold you anymore." She chatted with him, and he nonchalantly wiggled his slightly oversized head, rubbing against the back of her delicate hand. Gu Shu explained for him, "I had him stay in the southern forest for a month." The southern forest. The geography of China was complex and varied, but around here, there were at most some hills and dense woods. As for forests, one would have to go far north, to the northeast or northwest, or to the southwest. There were none nearby. And those places were not only distant, but also extremely dangerous. You let him go alone. Milk isn't a person. Hey. That's not the point. The point is, he did very well. Gu Shu reached out and stroked his fur, which had become much thicker, the muscles firmer, and the bones beneath them sturdier. He finally had the air of a fierce beast. If he had stayed by Changxi's side all this time. Gu Shu sighed, watching her hug the wolf as the creature lay lazily, playing a game with her slender fingers. He had told himself not to spoil him. In fact, it hadn't been a full month. The day after Bian Changxi fell into her deep sleep, he had used their prearranged method to call Milk back. Because of the long distance, he had only arrived today. He had already relaxed the requirements, but Bian Changxi still felt it was too cruel. Milk had been so small back then. The most unfair part was that he had been exiled after interrupting them one time. Poor Milk, a certain someone was definitely using his authority for personal revenge. Gu Shu had no intention of arguing about this. With Milk here to accompany you, I'll be more at ease. For the next week or 2, we'll be leading separate teams for training and clearing out the surrounding area. It would be best if we can get more high-tier crystal cores, but of course, the demand for low-tier ones is even greater. What about me? His clear smile looked somewhat wicked. You'll gather the wood element users and plant some vegetables that are easy to store and don't take up much space. No way, I'm tier 4 now. Exactly. So you should be able to grow vegetables faster and better. Gushu. I'm serious. He sat down beside her, wrapping an arm gently around her. In the twilight by the edge of the woods, the two of them and one beast sat on a lone armchair. It looked crowded but cozy. Our consumption in just these 1 or 2 weeks will be a huge number. We have a lot of supplies, but who knows how long it will take to get to the capital. We have to start production. Besides, fresh vegetables are very important, especially for the elderly and children. I hope you can figure out a production model during this time, so that even on the road, we can have stable production, with everyone knowing their roles and working efficiently. Bian Changxi huffed. Sounds like a monumental task. It is. Most of the wood element users are in the medical team. You'll have to be the one to tell them to go farm. As it should be. You. Gushu watched as the girl puffed out her cheeks, resentfully stroking the big dog. But ultimately agreeing reluctantly. He found her incredibly cute. The arm around her tightened, and he was about to lean in for something that would make one's heart race when a tense, fearful shout shattered the atmosphere. He knitted his dark brows, turning unhappily to look at the killjoy. It was a small team of survivors, carrying miscellaneous items and wearing military uniforms so dirty their original color was unrecognizable. They looked like they had just returned from scavenging as they emerged from the edge of the woods. By now, the night was dark. If not for his exceptional eyesight, he wouldn't have been able to see them so clearly. To them, this spot probably just held 2 blurry human figures. His expression softened slightly. He stood up and said, "Are you from Commander Gu's side?" That voice. The other party asked in surprise, Major. Major Gunneral Gu. Gushu grunted in affirmation. They visibly relaxed, but then immediately seemed even more fearful. They stammered, "We're from Commander Gu's XX unit. We were hunting an animal and stayed out late. We've disturbed you, Major Gunneral. Our apologies are apologies." The night was inherently dangerous and terrifying. The men were on edge, and any sleep movement could make their hearts leap into their throats. Just now, they had rounded a corner and seen 2 dark figures in the distance, which had made their hair stand on end. Gushu didn't ask any more questions. He pulled Bian Changxi up to leave. She casually stored the armchair and other items in her farm, and Milk jumped down from her lap. After they had walked a few steps, Gushu suddenly said coolly, "As I recall, you should have a curfew." In such a chaotic place, management had to be extremely strict. The camp on Gu's side was run with complete military and autocratic rule. Once it got dark, no one was allowed to enter or leave at will. Hearing Gushu's words, the men became even more flustered. Seeing this, Gushu knew they had snuck out. "I haven't seen you. You haven't seen me." After they were some distance away, Bian Changxi asked curiously, "So Gu Jianhua's people have really settled nearby?" "Yes. We helped him clear out a piece of land and lent him some people. Over the past 2 days, about half of his forces have arrived. If you see outsiders coming and going from our camp, don't worry, it's mostly them. The people who attacked me." At the mention of this, Gushu's eyes turned cold and dark, like a piece of black ice that wouldn't reflect light. He stopped walking. It wasn't Gu Jianhua. It was Shu Chang, who had his men impersonate Gu's people. Shu Chang coveted your abilities, and he also wanted me and Gu Jianhua to fight each other so he could profit from it. As for why he had been so brazen, deploying so many people and even openly firing cannons, it was because there was a traitor within Shu's faction. And that traitor held a high position. He wanted to use the situation to create a deep-seated feud between the Gu and Shu factions. If something had really happened to Bian Changxi, Gushu would have stopped at nothing to fight Shu Chang to the death and uproot his entire force. That traitor, if the investigation was correct, was Gu Jianhua's spy. One framed the other, who in turn set a trap for the first. Bian Changxi had become the target in their power struggle. One could imagine Gu Shu's fury when he learned the truth. The fact that these people, both openly and secretly, had tried to obstruct the convoy's transfer was also intolerable. His departure from his usual gentle demeanor was partly a calculated move to show these people his resolve and warn them to back off. But it was only a deterrent, not a direct move for revenge. Because of this, Gu Shu felt he had let Bian Changxi down. Bian Changxi smiled. "Didn't you capture Shu Chong alive? But I didn't kill him. By keeping him alive, his subordinates will both covet his position and not dare to seize it openly. Those who support him and those who want to overthrow him will fight amongst themselves, leaving them with no time or courage to trouble us." Bian Changxi nodded. That was a good plan. As for Gu Jianhua, his peaceful days are numbered. "I guarantee it. I believe you." As she said this, she couldn't help but frown. He seemed like a good person before, very honest and kind. You can't judge a book by its cover. Anyone who has clawed their way to that position, for a leaf a time, is not to be trifled with. What about that respected old commander of yours? These high and mighty leaders, these big shots, were full of schemes. The most terrifying thing was that they weren't like the universally known villains. When they did bad things, murder, destroying evidence, covering up the truth, they always had grandiose excuses, as if their temporary evil was for the greater good of all mankind. They waved the banner of righteousness, earning the loyalty and support of countless people, but their inner selves were not necessarily so bright and beautiful. Bian Changxi had seen plenty of ugly things and had heard about the absurdities of certain big figures in the capital, so she could never fully trust them. Beneath Gu Jianhua's serene smile was a greedy and ugly face. What about Gu Shu's commander? She wanted to ask, but the words twisted and turned, finally coming out as, "So we're really neighbors with Gu Jianhua now." "But why did you scare those men just now, telling them not to say they saw us?" "Worried our rendezvous would be exposed." "It's not leak, we have anything to hide." "I don't want you to be the subject of gossip." Bian Changxi's earlier frustration instantly vanished. She teased, "Your aura has grown quite a bit recently. Everyone has suddenly become so afraid of you." "You don't leak it." Gu Shu tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. "I will forge our team to be strong and disciplined, with every member being rigorous and capable. I will weed out those scumbags who drag us down, one by one." From then on, Bian Changxi began her life as a farmer. The Jiang City group had a planting base before, and most of the employees had followed them, so it wasn't difficult to return to their old profession. Next to the forest camp, they had some strength type and earth element users clear a plot of land, dig up some moist, fertile soil, and divide it into square plots. Since they only had 1 or 2 weeks and didn't know if they would stay or leave, the crops they planted had to have short growth cycles and be suitable for the climate. Cabbages, bok choy, chives, spinach, lettuce, and celery. These fresh vegetables for improving their meals were ripened in rotation under Bian Changxi's special guidance and training. A batch could be harvested every 2 to 7 days. Potatoes and sweet potatoes, which could serve as staple foods, were naturally indispensable. In addition, there were pumpkins and corn. Although they took longer to grow, with Bian Changxi's superb growth acceleration ability, the growth period could be greatly shortened. There weren't many types of vegetables. The focus was on quantity and speed. Besides Bian Changxi, there were 3 other wood element users who could naturally accelerate plant growth. The others either had no such ability, had an insignificant one, or needed to develop it. This was what Bian Changxi valued most. She also assigned planting tasks for the road based on her observation and assessment of each person's ability and character. Once they were on the road, there would be limited space for planting. Shortening the growth cycle was the only way to harvest more faster. Of the poultry and livestock raised at the base, only 2 dairy cows and a cart of over 30 egg-laying hens remained. The rest had been slaughtered. So these survivors were the only domestic animals to be seen in the camp and were treated like treasures. Their products were also the most coveted. The teams brought back game from their daily training, both tasty and not so tasty. They ate some of it fresh and cured the rest to eat slowly. When survivors from Guz faction and other large and small forces came to buy grain, this cured meat was sold. The only acceptable currency was crystal cores or petroleum. All other forms of barter were refused. The camp was attacked by mutant beasts and zombies every few days, but the numbers were small. The sturdy and tight defenses around the perimeter could completely ignore any attack of less than 1,000. The area by the river became increasingly lively. The snow on the roads was slowly melting, and the temperature was gradually rising. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. A few days later, the decision-makers gathered for a meeting. Gu Shu placed a report and some photos on the table, tapping lightly on the map of the road north. The snow on the road, for at least the next 100 kilometers, has mostly melted. We can set off. What do you think? The further north we go, the colder it gets and the thicker the snow. The snow here melted quickly because of the constant foot and vehicle traffic from survivors. What if the road is impassable 100 li from here? Xiaoyun said slowly. Look, this was taken from a plane. From this area onward, it's still a sea of white snow. Besides the 3 major factions like Guz, there are countless other large and small forces around us. None of them have left. I had someone gather their opinions. They're all waiting, wanting the first team to lead the way. Once we leave, a long tail will surely follow us, was Gu Pei's view. But we can't just not leave because of that, can we? Chairo Wei from the Chairo family base spoke up. As the leader of a team of 10,000, nearly 4/5 of whom were combat personnel, his words carried weight, which was why he was included in the decision-making circle. Of course, this was only for less important meetings. He had no say in crucial matters. Leading the way seems like a disadvantage, but we get to decide which road to take, how to travel, when to stop, and when to continue. If we follow behind others, we won't have that convenience. Gu Shu's expression showed he agreed with this view. Gu Pei said, I'm not against being the first, but we still need to pay attention to this problem and preferably solve it. Our tests have shown that the larger the group, the more it attracts zombies and mutant beasts. Being followed by a long tail will multiply the danger. But all these people were heading north. Although there were many roads, they would choose the easiest one, and so would everyone else. As a result, at least for the initial part of the journey, they would inevitably be unable to shake off those people. And with over 320,000 people, it was impossible for them to leave quietly and cleanly overnight. Actually, I don't think everyone will necessarily follow us. If we leave now, as Captain Shio said, the snow on the roads further north hasn't melted. Not everyone would dare to take that risk. The speaker was the somewhat reserved vice captain of the 1st Brigade. Today's meeting included Gu Shu, Xiao Feng, Gu Pei, the captains and vice captains of the 8 brigades, and people with special status like Chairo Wei. The reason this vice captain was the first to speak was that Gu Shu was also the acting captain of the 1st Brigade. This vice captain worked under him more than others, and was therefore a bit bolder. Gu Shu encouraged this diligent and well-performing subordinate, well said. With the first person being encouraged, others began to speak up more eagerly. The temporary meeting room was soon filled with lively discussion. Gu Shu and Xiao Feng exchanged a look of tacit understanding. Meanwhile, Bian Changxi stood by the vegetable patch with milk. Several people in their 40s and 50s were in the pumpkin patch, looking for ripe pumpkins and picking them. Their expressions were all extremely excited and joyful. Look at the size of this one. It's only been 2 weeks, and they're already ripe. Who would have believed this before? Exactly. In the nearby potato and sweet potato fields, similar scenes were unfolding. Most of these people had farming experience, making them perfect for the job. It would be a waste of talent to have wood element users do the digging. And participating in labor also earned contribution points, though far fewer than fighting. But even a small amount could earn them a meal, especially since today's reward was likely these fresh crops, so everyone was very motivated and worked diligently. The wood element users, who were not being underutilized, were in their respective experimental plots, trying to accelerate the growth of crops. Bian Changxi was mainly assessing them. Some carpenters and workers were making rectangular boxes. Later, these would be filled with soil and placed on every bus. Although the area was limited, with the care of the wood element users, they could harvest some vegetables every day, enough for everyone in the vehicle to have a bite. It wasn't much, but it was a bright spot. Several trucks were also being converted into multi-level planting vehicles. Some buses had detachable, flat, long boxes fixed to their roofs, which could be used for planting with just a thin layer of soil. There were over 600 wood element users in total, but because healing-type wood element users were particularly sought after, most people, even if they didn't know the 3 specializations of the wood element, generally developed towards healing. The number of those who also had planting abilities or were purely planting focused was less than 100, and less than half of them could accelerate growth. These people could be considered high-level technicians. The actual crop care was done by more ordinary people, with those who had farming experience being the main force. All these people were organized into a separate planting group. She didn't expand this group on a large scale because it was meant to be more of an embellishment. Large-scale planting on the move would be insane. They weren't truly relying on it for food. The purpose of the planting group was to provide a little something fresh for everyone to taste each day, adding a touch of cheer without affecting the overall situation. So, with a total of just over 700 people, management was not complicated. In just over 10 days, everyone had been assigned their positions. Miss Bian, our corn is ripe. A young man with a baby face ran out of the cornfield, holding 2 thick ears of corn. Bian Changxi peeled back the husk, revealing kernels sleek yellow pearls. She broke one off and put it in her mouth. It's just not sweet. The baby-faced man scratched his head. There's nothing to be done. It was force-grown, and there isn't much sun at this time of year. This was the downside of using abilities to accelerate growth. The taste wasn't as good as naturally grown produce. The more complex and valuable the crop, and the more demanding its growing environment, the worse the taste. However, while the flavor was lacking, the nutritional value was still quite high. She broke off another kernel and held it in her palm. With a sleek focus of her mind, the yellow seed quickly sprouted and grew, becoming a plant in seconds. However, it seemed to hit a snag where the fruit should have been. No matter how Bian Changxi tried, she couldn't make it develop further. It was just a tall, graceful but barren green stalk. She glanced at the baby-faced man. He looked a bit embarrassed and also broke off a kernel. Unlike Bian Changxi's rapid growth, he had to slowly make the corn seeds sprout and grow, but the whole process was very smooth. It flowered, produced a small cob, gradually grew larger, and sprouted aerial roots, its reddish-brown silks swaying in the air. It took 10 minutes for a single corn seed to grow into countless more. Bian Changxi watched and felt, observing carefully, marveling in her heart. This is a true professional. However, the professional's face was pale and covered in sweat, clearly having consumed a great deal of energy and mental power. She gave him a green crystal core and took the tall, heavy corn stalk to examine it. Milk came over, sniffed it, and then lay back down with disdain. It was clear he looked down on this thing that lacked the fragrance and essence of plants. Bian Changxi, however, began to ponder. She had once used a vine seed to grow vines at an extremely fast speed, but that was in Sun Buchun's villa, to trip up enemies. It was clear her skill was still far from perfect. The vines she created were immature and short. To make a seed instantly grow to its most mature and robust state, she still needed more practice. This was one of the basic skills of a control-type wood element user. This baby-faced man, Fan Zhijiang, had this ability, so Bian Changxi added another task to her daily routine. Learning from him. After studying it for a while, she returned the stalk to him and said something that made him so shocked he almost dropped the crystal core. From now on, you are the leader of the planting group. Do a good job. To avoid confusion with all the different captains, aside from the 8 brigades and their subordinate mid-squads and small squads, other units like the logistics team, medical group, cooking squad, and mobile unit were all called groups. The leader was the group leader, and there was a deputy group leader. After gathering everyone to announce the new group leader's appointment, with herself demoted to deputy, someone came to announce that they would be setting off tomorrow. The planting group entered a busy harvesting period, and Bian Changxi shamelessly played the role of a hands-off boss and left. She walked to her mini villa. She had already put away the small wooden house and was now leaving in a luxury villa. Auntie Zhao was in the kitchen, cooking a large amount of food. Auntie Zhao, you haven't fully recovered yet. Don't overwork yourself. She squeezed into the kitchen, grabbed a piece of sweet and sour pork rib to gnaw on, and tossed one to Milk, who was perched on the cabinet, his now narrower eyes wide open. I'm not tired at all. I'll make more now, and we can just heat it up in the microwave later. Bian Changxi leaked the sauce off her fingers, washed her hands, and helped pack the food into containers. The two of them were busy until the afternoon. They counted a total of 242 boxed meals, not including soup. If it was for Gu Shu's group of 5 plus herself and Gu Pei, 1 lunch a day would be enough for a month. There were also steamed buns, porridge, and snacks. In short, they wouldn't have to worry about food for a month. The afternoon and evening were spent busily organizing. The next morning, all 8 brigades were already on their vehicles, leaned up and ready to move out. Bian Changxi stayed with Gu Shu in the 1st Brigade, but she wasn't up at the very front with him. Her vehicle was in the middle, a massive, stylish RV with a simple exterior, but a luxurious and comfortable interior. It stood there brazenly, making those around it drool with envy. But no one dared to say anything sarcastic. Everyone knew that inside was the most important woman in the entire convoy, the strongest wood element user who held the power of life and death over the wounded. Given her contributions and her importance, she deserved not just 1 RV, but 100 or 1,000. Bian Changxi walked barefoot on the carpet, extremely satisfied with this small but fully equipped, comfortable, and clean mobile room. Especially since Gu Shu had gotten it for her after she had mentioned it offhandedly. The engine had been modified for more power, the chassis raised, and the shell, doors, and windows all reinforced. All of this made it even more significant. She leaned against the head of the bed and pulled open the curtains, taking in the scene outside. She had secretly envied people who could travel in RVs during migrations. These vehicles consumed a lot of fuel, had poor maneuverability, and could hold few people, making them a huge waste of resources. Only wealthy and powerful teams, or the highest leaders of a convoy, could enjoy such a vehicle. Imagine the wind, rain, and harsh weather outside, while inside the RV there was a bedroom, leaving room, kitchen, and bathroom. The temperature was pleasant, and the space was relatively spacious. You could sleep your way to the destination. It was a leaf fit for the gods. Her previous leaf had been miserable. Before the UNHWA base was on the right track, she had barely lived a stable day, and when it did become stable, leaf was tasteless. She had never even been in an RV. The leaf of a wealthy person seemed like something from a past leaf. As she was reveling in her newfound luxury like a country bumpkin, A sudden cry came from a distance. After listening for a moment, she frowned and opened the window a crack. The sound immediately became clearer. It was a dialect shouting murder. Heavens above, they're not letting people leave. The commotion was coming from far back in the convoy, but the shouting was loud enough to pierce the sky. Everyone could hear it. People kept glancing back, their expressions filled with disgust and impatience. The vice captain of the first squad of the 3rd Company of the 1st Battalion, Squad 10,301, spat on the ground. "Those shameless leeches," he sneered. "It's good enough that we're letting them follow us. What more do they want? If they keep making a scene, we'll drive them all back." He happened to turn his head and saw a pair of eyes watching him from behind a window of the massive, dark gray RV. He jumped, quickly rubbing the spit into the dirt with the sole of his shoe, and jogged over with an obsequious smile. "Miss Bian, do you have any orders for us?" He didn't know what this ancestor was thinking. Instead of staying by Boss Gu's side, she had randomly leadercy assigned herself to Squad 10,301. Although she was a great deity they had to serve carefully, her presence in their squad meant they would definitely receive more attention and resources. Most importantly, she had a relaxed temperament and never interfered with general affairs. All in all, it was a stroke of incredible luck. Other squads were practically burning with envy. Bian Changxi acted as if she hadn't seen him spitting. It was a common enough sight. "What's happening back there?" she asked. It's just those survivors. They're insisting on joining the main convoy. But we only have so many supplies and vehicles. Where would we find the space?" Captain Gu told them they could drive their own cars and follow behind. They were fine before, but today they suddenly started a riot, saying it's unfair and that not letting them into the ranks is the same as killing them. They even said, "Yes." The vice captain carefully watched her expression. "They said Captain Gu and the others are soldiers, and since we're a military force, we must help the masses. Otherwise, we're betraying the organization, acting inhuman, being unpatriotic, that sort of thing." Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow. It wasn't unexpected. Their convoy was massive and powerful. Ever since they left the base, many people had wanted to join. But the roster was set and organized into squads. You couldn't just add people on a whim, or the convoy would eventually become a chaotic mess. Over the past 10 days, they had only taken in a few thousand more. For the others who didn't make the cut, Gu Shu allowed them to follow the convoy freely. The main force wouldn't provide food or water, but they would offer a degree of protection when necessary and possible. Naturally, some self-important or arrogant individuals weren't satisfied. There had been plenty of trouble lately, but since Gu Shu had tightened management, those people usually just shouted among themselves without affecting the convoy. Had they run out of tricks today? To resort to such shrewish shouting and claims of being inhuman was truly laughable. If they felt the military was obligated to save the world, why didn't they go join the forces of the 3 commanders? Their group was still named the Changxi Group. Even if there were tens of thousands of soldiers, all affairs, rules, and regulations were not handled like a traditional army. Military titles like Major General were no longer used. In name and essence, they were a civilian organization. They weren't like the other 3, the commanders and divisions of the Changxi military region, who still maintained military serial numbers, positions, and laws, running a military political dictatorship. However, she knew she only thought this way because she understood the situation. To make things easier and to secure more benefits for the people of Changxi, Gu Shu had specifically asked Zhuje Yunma to verify their identity. They had put back on their uniforms and shoulder straps. While they gained advantages, the restrictions were also significant. First and foremost, they had to care about their reputation. No matter how much they leaned toward being a civilian organization, they couldn't act as recklessly as those self-made grassroots factions. They couldn't just act like thugs and beat up everyone who caused a scene. Leaning against the window, she saw the elegant Xiao Feng, dressed in white and black, appear from somewhere. He led a few men to a car and pulled someone out. "Wait, Xuchang." The old man being hauled out of the car was indeed Xuchang. He looked haggard, but his complexion and physique were decent. It seemed he hadn't been starved. He looked utterly reluctant as he spoke gloomily to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng replied with a calm smile, leaving Xuchang speechless. The old man then walked slowly toward the site of the commotion, with his hands behind his back. A moment later, the noise gradually died down, and Xuchang did not return. "It's solved just like that. Is Xuchang that effective?" A moment later, Zhang Bubai's voice came from the driver's seat. "Miss Bian, Captain Gu wants you to come over." Outside, Flying Eagle, one of Gu Shu's confidants, had come personally to collect her. Bian Changxi followed him in a hurry. "What happened?" "Nothing urgent." A stiff smile forced its way onto Flying Eagle's serious face. "Gu Jianhua broke his leg last night. He's in terrible pain today and wants Miss Bian to take a look." Gu Jianhua broke his leg. He didn't break it sooner or later, but just as their convoy was about to set off today. Bian Changxi got into the car and headed toward Gu Jianhua's territory. On the way, she saw the rioting civilians being happily picked up by military trucks. She didn't know where they were being taken. Gu Jianhua had a lot of people. An army of 400,000 and 60 to 70,000 ordinary civilians. Perhaps they weren't so ordinary. Anyone he had handpicked to bring along surely had something special about them. The territory for over 500,000 people wasn't even as large as theirs. They were crowded together in a mess, mostly packed and ready to hit the road. The car stopped in front of a house, surrounded by soldiers. Strangely, the innermost circle of guards consisted of Gu Shu's men. Bian Changxi vaguely recognized them, but right now, they all looked fierce, as if they were facing blood-sworn enemies. It was a chilling sight. Inside, the lighting was dim. Some people were sitting, some were standing, and some were even kneeling. The atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. Almost everyone looked over when Bian Changxi entered. Gu Shu stood up from his chair, took a few steps toward her, and led her back to a seat. He addressed the room. "The matter is clear. Wang Deming, under Commander Shu's command, took it upon himself to pose as Commander Gu's subordinate to capture my person. Meanwhile, Commander Gu's subordinates added fuel to the fire, nearly causing the situation to spiral out of control. Both commanders are reasonable and generous men, but their inability to control their subordinates led to this. An apology is fine, we are all people of status, but the perpetrators must be handed over to me for punishment. You two have no objection to this, I assume." Xuchang sat to one side, curling his lip. The truth had been clear for ages, yet Gu Shu had forcibly detained him for over 10 days. Now Gu Shu was acting as if he had just found out, staging this joint trial so he would have a justifiable story once they reached the capital. He really wasn't leaving them any face, despite them being his seniors. But since his leaf was currently in Gu Shu's hands, Xu Chang naturally nodded in agreement. Gu Jianhua, sitting in a wheelchair with a sallow complexion, also nodded weakly. "It should be so. Dong Hua, by committing such a heinous act and ruining my friendship with Major General Gu, you have truly disappointed me. I should have shot you myself to apologize to Major General Gu, but for now, I will let him deal with you personally." He then said to Gu Shu, "I shouldn't say this, but Dong Hua has performed excellently since joining the army. He is a loyal comrade to the country and the organization. This must have been a momentary lapse in judgment. Fortunately, little Bian is unharmed, so perhaps." Gu Shu raised a hand, his tone brooked no argument. "I understand Commander Gu's appreciation for talent, but someone who deceives their superiors, hides the truth, and acts privately to take an innocent leaf is no longer fit to be an officer. The more power such a person holds, the greater the danger. They must be punished severely as a warning to others. At this point, his tone became earnest, as if he were looking out for Jianhua. My team is small and easy to manage, but Commander Ge has an army of nearly 500,000. It's inevitable that there will be good and bad apples. You cannot tolerate such ill-intentioned individuals. With a wave of his hand, his men dragged Wang Deming and Dong Hua out. Dong Hua remained silent, but Wang Deming's howling was blood-curdling. Then 2 bangs echoed from outside. A soldier returned to report. Captain Gu, the 2 criminals have been executed. The room fell into a deathly silence. Xu Changxi twitched. Jianhua's sallow face turned as white as paper. Sweat poured down his forehead, and he began to cough uncontrollably. Gu Shu said with concern, "Commander Ge is in poor health and has just broken his leg. You must take care of yourself." As if remembering something, he called out, "Changxi, come and take a look at Commander Ge. See if his leg can still be saved." Jianhua was in no mood to let Bian Changxi examine him. He waved his hand while coughing. The guard behind him patted his back and said, "There's no need to trouble Miss Bian. Our doctors and wood element users have already seen him. They said it's nothing serious." As he spoke, he shot a quick glance at Bian Changxi. Because he was leaning over to care for Jianhua, the person behind him was revealed. Bian Changxi looked over and saw a somewhat familiar face. The person seemed embarrassed and lowered their head upon seeing her. She froze for a moment, then suddenly remembered who it was. It was Liang Ziyan, the man who was rumored to have certain tendencies and had initially worked under Gu Shu. He was also her first team leader in her previous leaf. She hadn't expected him to be working for Jianhua now. To be standing here, he must be the most prominent wood element user by Jianhua's side. Was this the level of wood element users here? It seemed Jianhua's leg was truly beyond saving. She took a quick glance and knew the bone was shattered completely. He would likely need an amputation soon. If anyone told her this had nothing to do with Gu Shu, she wouldn't believe it for a second. After leaving the house and getting into the car, she couldn't help but ask, "What exactly did you do?" Gu Shu's expression was relaxed as he leisurely turned the steering wheel. Jianhua's subordinates are a mess, already split into several factions. I had my people secretly support one and suppress another to escalate their conflict. Who knew that a verbal spat would break out yesterday, and someone accidentally pushed Jianhua down the stairs? He looked perfectly innocent. Bian Changxi silently lit a candle for Jianhua. His health was already poor, and this fall had essentially crippled him. Even if he made it to the capital, he would never be a major player again. "So did you let Xu Chang go?" "I had Xu Chang take all those troublemakers into his own team as a condition for his freedom. He'll have to face a complicated situation back there. It won't be easy for him. And he wouldn't leave much longer either." A flash of darkness crossed Gu Shu's eyes. Anyone who dared to harbor ill intentions toward the woman he loved had to be prepared for death. Bian Changxi nodded. In the distance, she saw Zhu Yiming rushing back from outside. He must have received the news. The look he cast toward them was filled with shock and rage. He strode over and blocked the car. "Gu Shu, you killed people right in front of the chief. You made him cough up blood and faint." Jianhua coughed up blood and fainted. "Well, it's wrong to gloat." Bian Changxi stared at Zhu Yiming's hand, gripping the window frame. He looked like he wanted to smash the door, grab Gu Shu by the collar, and beat him to a pulp. Gu Shu looked at him calmly tersy, his gaze chillingly indifferent. "I only did what I had to do. Your chief and Xu Chang teamed up and killed 11 of my men. I only took 2 of their leaves. I've already been more than polite. As for him coughing up blood, it only shows his mental fortitude is too low. Besides, I offered to let Changxi treat him, but he was so afraid we'd sabotage him that he couldn't refuse fast enough. Zhu Yiming was speechless, though the veins on his forehead remained bulged. "Open your eyes and take a good look at your good, Chief," Gu Shu said. "See what kind of person he really is, what intentions he hides, and whether his conduct is truly upright and worthy of respect and loyalty." He rolled up the window, the glass reflecting a cold light that seemed to cut into Zhu Yiming's heart. Ever since he started keeping his zombie son as a pet, he ceased to be that selfless, noble commander who cared only for the country's forces. The world is changing, and so are people's hearts. Some turn for the better, some for the worse. That's not what's scary. What's scary, he pointed to his own eyes, is when your own eyes fail to see the change. The convoy finally began to move. It was a massive and somewhat chaotic scene, much like when they first left the Jiang City New District. But this time, there were fewer people, more subunits, and the quality of the personnel was higher. As Gushu said, it was easier to manage. GNH was, hundreds of thousands of people couldn't all travel together. The restless troublemakers at the end of the free-following group had run off to Xuchang. So, besides their own core group of about 320,000 to 330,000, there was a string of self-organized followers behind them, about 50,000 to 60,000 people. It wasn't too chaotic. Bian Changxi was near the front of the convoy. Not long after the horns and whistles sounded, her RV slowly started moving. She pulled down the curtains, turned around and picked up Milk, laying him on the bed. "We're finally off. Are you happy?" "Sai, I wonder what it'll be like in the capital." Milk rubbed his head against her. "May. I don't know. I guess I'm happy too," he seemed to say. She felt a bit melancholy. In her previous life, she hadn't paid much attention to the capital. After spacing out for a while, she stood up to practice her mental power. Her wood element was already at tier 4, but her psychic element seemed stagnant. Her control wasn't precise enough, her strength wasn't great enough, and her speed was too slow. It was frustrating. A powerful ultimate move felt sluggish in her hands. With a flip of her hand, 3 long, handleless throwing knives, about half a palm's length, appeared. They slowly rose into the air, hovering motionless. With a wave of her hand, they shot forward leak arrows toward 3 thin strings tied to SpongeBob plushies. "I hit 1, SpongeBob. I hit 2. Idiots, there's a whole nest here. Help me out." Accompanied by rising shouts, the valley was exceptionally lively. Bian Changxi bent down to pick up a string of green, soft, brick-leak things tied up by her vines. They had 2 protrusions at the bottom leak feet that kept twitching and squirming. She held them up to her eyes and chuckled. "Good harvest. Tonight, I'll chop you up and stew you into soup." A flash of a blade cut the stems, connecting the green blocks to the ground. Instantly, the squirming things went still, as if dead. She pulled a nearly full burlap sack from the farm, stuffed the things inside, and put the sack away. Then, she raised her tang sword and hurried toward the SpongeBob nest, where people were howling as they were entangled. These green, soft, palm-sized blocks with feet were a type of mutated plant. Many of them hung from the same parent plant. When still, they looked like Harmolylitersus, oddly shaped square leaves. But once they sensed a human, animal, or mutated beast, they would immediately swell up like sponges soaked in water. In fact, once they touched a creature's skin, they really would act like sponges and desperately suck, not water, but blood. Their suction was incredibly strong. If a person didn't react in time or lacked a weapon, they would be swarmed by other sponge babies from the same plant and sucked dry in minutes. The most terrifying part was that these things could burrow underground and pop up where people least expected, latching onto legs or hands. Generally, the area within 10 meters of the main plant was a danger zone. Because they were spongy, square, and resembled a certain narcissistic, funny character from a cartoon, people called them sponge babies. In reality, these things were terrifying and not babies at all. Bian Changxi had seen how dangerous they were in her previous life, and had witnessed the gruesome sight of them feeding. So, when she accidentally spotted a seedling yesterday, she became alert. She tracked them down, found mature ones, and used a fat wild rabbit to prove the species' ferocity to the others. As for why they were in this valley hunting sponge babies, it started yesterday. Their reconnaissance planes found that the road ahead was blocked by a landslide. The entire highway was buried. They had to detour through this valley to reach another national highway. This was the most convenient and fastest route, but the valley was overgrown with sponge babies. Clearing them out and building a simple dirt road was the best plan. As for why they were collecting them in bags, it was because Bian Changxi had used a few tricks to make people believe these things were delicious, nutritious, and high in energy. She even claimed that crushing them and applying them to wounds made for top-tier medicine. She had spent quite a few brain cells on the details, leading to today's scene of everyone competing to catch them. Who wouldn't be excited to clear a pest, while also gaining treasure and extra income? This benefit was mostly reserved for the 1st Battalion, as they were the ones deployed. Bian Changxi had only taken 2 steps when a yellow object suddenly burst from the ground, soaring high to attack her face. She swung her tang sword, intending to sever the stem behind it. To her surprise, a clink rang out. The stem was incredibly hard and didn't break. Bian Changxi immediately held up her palm. Dark green leaves bloomed from her palm, back of her hand, and fingers. The leaves wrapped around her skin like silk, forming a glove. Though the glove was dark green, a burning, explosive red light flickered within the green, and the outer layer was covered in a layer of agile, cold ice. It was hard on the outside and tough on the inside, high quality. Her palm blocked her face, and the yellow thing slammed into it with the sound of a stone hitting a rock. As if realizing it had hit a brick wall, the creature tried to burrow back into the dirt. Bian Changxi waved her hand, and 3 throwing knives clinked into place, pinning its stem to the ground, each one deeper than the last. Simultaneously, a snowy white powerful paw slammed down, crushing the yellow thing into the mud. Bian Changxi blinked and met a pair of beastly eyes. She said helplessly, "I could have handled it." "Look, you squashed it." She told Milk to move his paw. Seeing the flattened but still struggling mess on the ground, she felt a surge of joy. This wasn't just any SpongeBob. It was a mature fruit. They were green when immature and yellow when ripe. Yellow ones were very rare because their ripening period was extremely short, often only a few minutes, before they dropped from the branch, dissolved into the soil, and grew into new plants. This meant the yellow SpongeBob contained seeds. These seeds might be useless to others at this stage, but for a control-oriented wood elementalist like Bian Changxi, they were excellent material. She poked it with the tip of her sword, and indeed saw several red seeds in the yellow pulp. She swung her sword with force, and this time the stem severed. The yellow SpongeBob went still, as its energy pipeline was cut. Without a hint of disgust, she stuffed the entire mess into her bag to process later. Bian Changxi took Milk over to help clear out the SpongeBob nest, which was just several plants clustered in a low-lying pit. With a battalion of combatants deployed, at least 10,000 people, it took less than an hour to clear all visible areas of the valley. Then, the in-depth reconnaissance and cleaning were handed over to the 2nd and 3rd companies, while the engineering team moved in to start road construction. The main convoy was stationed in the clearing outside the valley entrance. They likely wouldn't move again today. Bian Changxi wiped her tang sword as she walked back, Milk following obediently by her side. Killing a few soft mutated plants didn't give him much of a sense of achievement or excitement. He looked a bit listless. Bian Changxi smiled and patted his head. "Go play on your own. Just don't go too far." Milk shook his head without hesitation. His black eyes, increasingly long and beautiful with a cold glint, looked up at her. A deep, serious rumble came from his throat, as if saying his mission was to stay with her at all times. Then he continued walking at a leisurely pace, looking quite proud. Bian Changxi chuckled. Once bitten, twice shy. Afraid she would have another accident or get hurt, Gu Shu was keeping a very close eye on her now. He accompanied her whenever he had time. Unfortunately, he was truly busy. Managing such a long convoy was a massive project. He couldn't stay at the front all the time. He had to check things here and there, leaving him with little free time. So, he had ordered Milk to stay by her side at all times. Compared to people, whether it was Zhang Bubai, who still served as her RV driver, Li Chai-oshu, the guard who had escaped the villa with her and now sat in the passenger seat as her personal bodyguard, Auntie Zhao, or even Flying Eagle, Gu Shu's confidant who checked in frequently to report back, Gu Shu trusted Milk more. Milk was simple and loyal, a companion who would protect Bian Changxi as if her leaf were more important than his own. Reaching a higher elevation where her mini villa was set up, Bian Changxi entered the yard. Auntie Zhao was hanging laundry. Bian Changxi took off her thin outer coat and handed it to her, then got to work in her inner layers. She set out several large basins, filled them with water, and took out 3 burlap sacks of sponge babies. She poured them in, watching as they soaked up the water and swelled. Wearing her elemental gloves, she squeezed them flat one by one and placed them on a specially made bamboo rack. Auntie Zhao finished the laundry and came to help. The two of them filled several racks until the yard was a sea of green. It was a bizarre sight. "Can these really be eaten?" Auntie Zhao asked, a bit worried. She didn't dare put something so strange in her mouth. Although they had tried it before, a SpongeBob that had died on the ground and naturally dehydrated into a thin, purple-black sheet leek seaweed, it had emitted an enticing aroma under the sun. A chicken had pecked at it and clucked excitedly afterward, appearing even more energetic than the other chickens. There were former plant researchers in the convoy who had studied it. While they couldn't pinpoint the exact benefits, they confirmed it wasn't toxic. One brave soul had even eaten a piece and was still hopping around today. But to put this on the menu seemed a bit. "I think it'll be fine. If you're afraid to eat it, that's okay. We'll keep it as medicine. This stuff is good for wounds." "I'm certain of that," Bian Changxi said, not wanting to overpromise. That was believable. Changxi was a wood elementalist, the strongest one in the convoy. She was the authority on such matters. Auntie Zhao thought silently as she washed Bian Changxi's coat, keeping a close eye on the green racks filling the yard. Meanwhile, Bian Changxi took out the yellow SpongeBob, peeled away the rotten skin, and extracted 4 bright red, soft seeds. Only 4. That was a small amount. She carefully washed and dried them, then stored them in a small glass jar labeled SpongeBob. There were many such jars in her farm's warehouse. They contained seeds of all kinds, normal plants and mutated ones. After reaching Tier 4, she had begun collecting them. She wanted to be able to control a plant's growth from the moment it sprouted, making it grow exactly as she willed. A single seed would become a lethal weapon. This way, even in a place without vegetation, she wouldn't be helpless. She remembered seeing a control-oriented wood elementalist in her past life who, while being hunted, manipulated seeds to grow instantly, turning the ground behind them into a dense thicket of thorns. That person's ability hadn't been high enough then. Otherwise, they could have counterattacked instead of just creating obstacles. If she could reach the level of effortless manipulation, then the more powerful the seed, the more she needed it. The sponge babies weren't dry yet. The climate near the valley was cool and damp, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. Seeing there was nothing else to do, Bian Changxi began practicing her throwing knives with Milk. She no longer practiced against static targets. She used Milk as her sparring partner. Her 3 knives were ghostly, incredibly fast and leet. Milk's dodging and pouncing were also lightning fast. She attacked, he dodged. He pounced, she evaded. The two of them ran into the desolate, low woods behind the villa to play their game. Bian Changxi only used 3 knives now. Although she could control over a dozen at once, there was no point in quantity without precision. She was putting all her effort into honing her accuracy, power, and speed. Where's Changxi? Out back with Milk. Gu Shu scanned the yard full of shriveled sponge babies, standing by a rack as his thoughts drifted. Auntie Zhao looked at his statue-like silhouette with a bit of trepidation. She hadn't felt it before, but his presence was becoming increasingly imposing. It wasn't just a vibe. It was a genuine sense of authority that made people afraid to act out of lean, even when he was silent. We aren't moving today. Please prepare dinner. Fortunately, he left quickly after saying this. Auntie Zhao blinked, realized he intended to stay for dinner, and smiled as she headed into the kitchen. Today was the 4th day since they set out. Except for the first day, which went smoothly, the subsequent days had been plagued by icy roads, abandoned cars, landslides, or road collapses. Their progress wasn't fast. The only consolation was that they hadn't encountered any major danger yet. However, because it was early in the journey, the team hadn't fully gelled. Their response to problems wasn't fast enough, leading to many hiccups. Squad leaders were constantly running around giving orders. Now that they had made camp, the sounds of reprimands and instructions could be heard everywhere. Gu Shu leased into these sounds as he walked, nodding to those who greeted him. He hadn't reached the low woods behind the villa when he heard a voice. "Why are you here?" The voice was clear and pleasant. Perhaps she didn't realize it, but her voice held a strength rarely found in women. Usually she sounded calm and certain, inspiring confidence. But now it was filled with shock and surprise. Then a young man replied in a low voice. "I've been at the back of the convoy. We've been following the main group for 4 days. Not just me, Bian Kuang and the rest of the Bian family are here too." "Oh, I see. Then you." "I was just gathering some dry wood for a fire and happened to see you." Ali. The free-following group was far behind. Even if he were gathering wood, he wouldn't have come all the way here. Gu Shu pursed his lips and moved forward quietly. Though it was called a woods, there were only a few scattered trees. The ground was uneven and littered with rocks. He walked to a slope and looked down. A woman in black stood with a snowy white beast. Facing her about 10 meters away was a handsome, slender man holding a bundle of dry wood. "Then you carry on." "I'm leaving," Bian Changxi said, turning to go. Bai Heng called out to her. "I heard about the attack you suffered. I wanted to visit, but..." "Heh, that was a long time ago." "Right. Are you practicing here?" "Yeah, just had some free time." "He isn't with you." Bian Changxi showed no sign of unusual emotion. She smiled and crouched down to scratch Milk's neck. "He's an excellent sparring partner. Don't let his size fool you. He's better than most people." Bai Heng met Milk's eyes, which were filled with a cold, disdainful glint and a hint of a warning. The beast took a leisurely step forward, blocking Bian Changxi, his protective and vigilant stance clear. It was as if he were guarding against Bai Heng trying to snatch her away. Bai Heng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This wolf clearly understands human nature. "Is he your pet?" "Gu Shu and I found him together." "Wait. A wolf? You're saying he's a wolf? Is he not?" Bian Changxi held Milk's face, looking left and right, then up close and from a distance. "Now that you mention it, he really does look like one." Bai Heng set down the wood and pointed at Milk's face. "Look at his face, his nose, and his ears. Didn't we watch those documentaries about wolf packs together? He's not a perfect match, but he's close enough." "Really?" Bian Changxi was shocked. Milk was actually a wolf. Although he had jumped between species, from a rat the size of a basin to a kitten, to a small fox, and now to a medium-sized dog, completely defying the laws of nature, she wouldn't have been surprised if he turned into a tiger. But this was a wolf, a majestic, beautiful, snowy white wolf. Bian Changxi couldn't help but think of Gu Shu's spirit beast from her previous leaf, that massive snow wolf. Was it a coincidence, or was there a connection? She looked at Milk, who was shaking his head in annoyance, trying to drive Bai Hung away while glaring at him. He looked fierce, but in her eyes, he was just being childish and a bit silly. She couldn't be sure. Bai Hung looked at her. She had grown even more beautiful and radiant. Her eyes were like dark lacquer, her lips rosy, and her healthy complexion made her look like a piece of fine jade, strong and bright. Such a wonderful person no longer belonged to him. Longing was like a dull knife, carving at his heart day and night. Secretly following Gu Shu's convoy, the vast gap between a commoner and a leader tormented his pride. But if it meant he could see her from time to time, it was all worth it. Seeing her solitary figure training with the white wolf, he couldn't help but say, "If you can't find anyone else, how about I spar with you?" "That works." The answer came almost without thinking. Only after the words left her mouth did Bian Changxi realize what she'd said. She quickly waved her hands. No, I didn't hear you clearly. I was thinking about something else." Bai Hung, however, looked very happy. "I don't mean anything else by it. I have plenty of time, and I'm already tier 4. Besides, a person is always a better sparring partner than a wolf." The fur on Milk's neck bristled. Bian Changxi was stroking his fur to calm him down, about to refuse. "That's not a bad idea." Gu Shu's voice seemed to drop from above. He looked at the two of them as he walked down. "I've been busy and was thinking of finding a suitable partner for Changxi from among my men. A tier 4 metal elementalist like Bai Hung is quite rare. You two have known each other for a long time and have a foundation of mutual understanding. It couldn't be more perfect." His sudden appearance made Bian Changxi freeze. Then came a wave of guilt, followed by a mix of amusement and annoyance as she saw his calm face. How long has he been standing there, and what is he thinking? To actually say something like that. Bai Hung didn't show any shame at being caught. Instead, he stood up calmly tersy, seemingly unbothered by Gu Shu comparing him to a subordinate. He smiled and said, "Captain Gu is right. I was thinking the same thing. Others either lack the ability, are too busy, or aren't familiar with Changxi. We grew up together, after all. Even though we were apart for a long time, I can say with certainty that few people care for or understand her more than I do, certainly more than just one of Captain Gu's subordinates. Sparring is inherently dangerous. Only someone who is absolutely trusted should do it." The two men locked eyes. Bian Changxi didn't see any literal sparks, but the atmosphere was terrible. When two tier 4 experts faced off, the pressure was suffocating even without them lifting a finger. She could hear the surrounding leaves and branches creaking under the tension. Bian Changxi felt a headache coming on. What is this? Shouldn't everything have been settled and made clear by now? She didn't doubt that, if she weren't tier 4 herself, she might have been pressed right into the dirt by the sheer weight of their presence. Even Milk looked irritable and annoyed. I was just playing around with Milk. I don't need a sparring partner. Bai Hung, I appreciate the offer, but it's really not necessary, she said, trying to keep her tone polite. Are you worried he'll be angry? Bai Hung looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Don't worry. Captain Gu seems like a broad-minded man. He doesn't seem to mind at all. Besides, the gap between my strength and status and his is vast. How could I ever compete with him? He surely doesn't even see me as a threat. You don't need to worry. I just want to help you. I don't want us to become strangers. Bian Changxi choked. His obvious self-deprecation was an eyesore. Before she could respond, He had already picked up his bundle of wood and said graciously, "I have to go cook. If you need me, just come find me. If you really don't." He paused. "Then we just won't see each other. I have some self-awareness. Well, I'm off." He turned and left. The more carefree he appeared on the surface, the more desolate and sad he felt inside. Bian Changxi watched his lonely back, feeling a bit uneasy herself. He had always been an excellent, proud person. To hear him say such things now. She turned to look at Gu Shu helplessly. Gu Shu said his suggestion. "You're still talking." Bian Changxi glared at him. "You know what I'm thinking, yet you still." She really wanted to kick him. It would have been so much better if he had just flatly refused Bai Heng earlier. Then there wouldn't have been that speech, and everyone wouldn't be so embarrassed. Gu Shu also felt a bit of regret. He knew very well that Bai Heng hadn't given up. The man followed the convoy, stealing glances whenever he got the chance. Gu Shu knew, but since Changxi had clearly chosen him, there was no possibility or meaning in a competition between them. So he hadn't gone out of his way to suppress or guard against the man. He treated him like any other follower. But this constant hovering was getting old. That speech earlier was meant to make the proud man back down, but he had underestimated the thickness of Bai Heng's skin. If Bai Heng had been persistent and aggressive, Changxi would have ignored him. But by belittling himself and acting as if he would disappear if she truly looked down on him, he was actually advancing by retreating. At the very least, Changxi was no longer indifferent. If she rejected him now, it would look like she truly looked down on him, which would make her feel even more guilty. If she accepted, the two of them would be seeing each other daily with a valid excuse. Even if nothing happened, it was enough to be an eyesore. He had successfully refreshed his presence. Even that inferiority speech was a check on Gu Shu. He had already won so much. If he still used his power to bully the man, it would look incredibly petty. He really knows Changxi well. And after being quiet for so many days, is he finally unwilling to let go? Gu Shu looked in the direction Bai Heng had left. "Then I'll go make things clear to him." "No need." The man was already gone. "Then just let him be." "I don't know." When Bian Changxi got annoyed, she had quite a temper. Consequently, the rare dinner they shared was marked by a strange atmosphere. Fortunately, after dinner, when Bian Changxi went to collect the sponge babies that had turned into thin seaweed-like sheets, Gu Shu followed her shamelessly, asking about this and that. Soon, the Lidl episode was pushed to the back of her mind. The engineering crew worked through the night to build the road in the valley. By the next morning, they were able to set off, winding through the valley onto a desolate, muddy national highway, continuing their journey north under a gloomy sky. Bian Changxi was still worried that Bai Heng would show up. Even if she had countless ways to refuse him, if he came at her with "if we can't be lovers, let's be friends," what could she say? She had already hurt him once. Did she really have to be that heartless? It seemed the heavens heard her worries. Just after noon, it began to drizzle. A fine mist blurred their vision, making the wet roads even harder to navigate. The entire convoy's speed dropped. As a result, they couldn't find a suitable campsite before dark. The convoy had to maintain its formation, slightly shortening the distance between vehicles, and simply stopped on the road. This formation was difficult to defend if attacked, so the night watch would have a hard time. The RV door suddenly opened, and Gu Shu stepped up, dripping with water. He didn't come inside, afraid of wetting the carpet. "Don't go down tonight. Stay in the car." Bian Changxi glanced at the gray sky outside. Her senses were sharp. There's something off in the air. Will something happen tonight? Gu Shu paused. "Come on, don't lie to me. You can't hide it anyway." Gu Shu sighed helplessly. "The wind is too strong for the reconnaissance planes to take off, but we observed a zombie horde ahead earlier. We've set up barriers at the front, rear, and both flanks. He didn't look too grim. Encountering danger is inevitable when traveling. If it's not today, it's tomorrow. We're prepared. But I can't just hide in the car. Bian Changxi turned to grab her clothes from the bed. It's fine when nothing's happening. I'll enjoy the RV. But now that there's trouble, can I, a Tier 4 wood elementalist, just sit here like a princess? She pulled on her coat and threw on a raincoat, arming herself in an instant. Milk, who had been lying by the bed, immediately scrambled up and followed her. Gu Shu rubbed his temples. I shouldn't have come. If you hadn't, I would have gone down anyway in a bit. Outside, the drizzle quickly soaked through everything. In the murky twilight, headlights and camping searchlights flickered and swayed. People were shouting and running back and forth, ensuring every vehicle was locked tight. Defensive vehicles were being positioned on the perimeter, though Bian Changxi couldn't see it from her safe position in the center. As soon as she stepped down, Zhang Bubai and Li Chaioshu followed. As her driver and guard, they had to stay close. Bian Changxi decided to put away the RV so the vehicles behind could move up. She excitedly requested to go somewhere where combat was likely. As a major healer, she should be on the front lanes. I'm bored to death, okay. Gu Shu tried his best, but couldn't shove her back into the car. With a dark face, he arranged for her to stay in a business van. There were only 3 members of the mobile unit in the van. When Bian Changxi boarded with the 2 men, they greeted her with smiles, looking quite relaxed. The first half of the night was quiet. In the early hours of the morning, the vehicle alarms suddenly began to bleep. The surveillance cameras placed miles ahead of the convoy began working, transmitting images back to the van. People who had been half asleep woke up to see walking corpses on the screens. A dense, swaying, terrifying army of zombies. The men in the van were instantly alert, gripping their guns and straightening their caps, ready for battle. However, they weren't on the first lean. The first lean was in front of those cameras, a series of massive pits. The zombies fell into the pits as they advanced. Row after row of pits swallowed over 1,000 zombies instantly. This horde wasn't particularly large, and it was soon reduced by 1/3. The second lean consisted of patrol vehicles camouflaged to match the scenery. The ability users on the vehicles unleashed their powers, silently slaughtering the zombies. In the middle of the night, in an open field without barriers or protective buildings, it was best not to make too much noise or use bright lights. Using abilities to kill was the best option. The patrol cars circled the horde. Some threw out ropes and nets to halt their progress. Some parked in the distance with large lights to illuminate the area, but most were simply killing. Bian Changxi watched impatiently. Why aren't you driving up? The driver of the van smiled bitterly. Miss Bian, this car is on standby. We only move in to support when needed. Bian Changxi realized Gu Shu had played her. This wasn't the front lean. It was the reserve. She huffed, and 3 throwing knives appeared in her hand. With a swing of her arm, the knives shot into the horde, and 3 zombies collapsed. The distance and speed were astonishing. She continued to hurl knives from the window, each one hitting a forehead. She had forged over 1,000 knives. It felt like she had an endless supply. Occasionally, she used wood thorns or vines. After reaching Tier 4, her skills hadn't changed much besides being able to create gloves and similar armor, a protective layer that wasn't incredibly hard. But her energy capacity and application had reached a new level. It was rare for her to run out of energy now. She fought with gusto. There were no powerful zombies in this group, so they were slowly whittled away. By the time the ground was covered in corpses, everyone felt the same. This was just a bunch of idiots coming to deliver money. People began getting out of their cars to collect the money and clear the bodies. Bian Changxi also went down, her legs and hands covered in her elemental armor to prevent any playing dead zombie from scratching her. Everyone doing the cleanup had some form of protection. They dug out the nuclei, piled the bodies to be burned, and retrieved any throwing knives or other weapons. After disinfection, they were returned to their owners. With many hands, the work was finished quickly. Bian Changxi got her knives back. Counting only those killed by her knives, she had taken down 217 zombies. But since it was hard to tell who killed what in such a battle, except for those with unique weapons, the contribution points weren't strictly individual. Usually, the loot was divided equally among the participants, with extra for exceptional performance. This was a rule they had modified back at the camp. As a result, she was randomly leadercy allocated 30 Tier 3 crystal nuclei plus 50 contribution points. There were 1,753 zombies in total. With over 2,000 people involved, including those in combat, setting traps, scouting, driving, organizing, and commanding, there weren't even enough nuclei for one per person. Gooting 30 was already a lot. She didn't need them. She had only come to test her skills. She declined the nuclei and didn't even swipe her card for the contribution points before leaving. Gu Shu was waiting for her. Satisfied, Bian Changxi nodded, then shook her head. They were too easy to deal with. Where did the high-tier zombies go? And hardly any of them had abilities. Barely any of our people were injured. She shot Gu Shu a look. You knew, didn't you? You didn't even strike early. You just waited for them to reach the doorstep to finish them off. Gu Shu's expression turned slightly serious. On the contrary. Initially, I felt a rather dangerous presence, but it gradually disappeared. That sounded eerie. Actually, I felt something was a bit off at the start, too. What was off? I can't say. My senses aren't sharp enough yet. Gu Shu narrowed his eyes. Well, we'll deal with whatever comes. You've had your fun. Go get some rest. But the RV was put away, and her parking spot was gone. Bian Changxi looked at the convoy and simply released her mini villa by the roadside. Since the crisis is over, you should come rest too. I haven't seen you sleep properly in days. Gu Shu was pulled into the living room. Bian Changxi turned on the lights powered by the solar generator. The soft glow illuminated the simple, elegant, and warm space, making it a welcome sight. The person under the light was even more heart-stirring. He decided not to leave. He pulled her close and whispered in her ear, "Is this an invitation?" Bian Changxi's ear felt itchy, and her heart skipped a beat. His overwhelming presence surrounded her, but she wasn't about to back down so easily. She pushed against his chest to keep some distance, noting that he felt quite good. If he took off his clothes. Cough. She smiled and said, "It's not an invitation. It's a direct order. Your room is right next to mine. There are only 2 or 3 hours until dawn. Gu to move on, Captain Gu. Separate rooms. Well, if you're lonely, I'll be merciful and let Milk stay with you." She dashed up to the second floor, poked her head out of her room to wave goodbye, and shut the door. Gu Shu rubbed his nose and looked at Milk, who was sitting obediently at his feet with a look of pure schadenfreude. They truly didn't like each other. Milk turned his head and lazily climbed the stairs. He was big and strong now, but his thick white fur still made him look incredibly soft and fluffy. From behind, his lazy climb made him look like a giant, wriggling caterpillar. Gu Shu couldn't help but laugh, finally understanding why Bian Changxi loved to hug him. He resigned himself to the room left for him. The weather was clear today, and there were few obstacles on the road. The convoy moved smoothly. Bian Changxi opened the skylight, climbed up from the RV, took down a mesh-covered tray, and climbed back down, placing it on the table. She lifted the mesh to reveal thin, dark green sheets like seaweed. These were the completely dried sponge babies. She picked one up and sniffed it. It smelled wonderful, the enticing aroma of good food. She gathered the sheets and used scissors to cut them as finely as possible. Then she began grinding them in a mortar. It was a tedious process. It took her over 2 hours to grind everything, except for a dozen pieces she kept for eating, into a fine powder, which she put into a large, clean glass bowl. 3 burlap sacks of material had been reduced to half a large bowl that felt weightless. She added water and used a whisk to stir it. Eventually, it became a thick green paste, which she slowly poured into 2 glass jars. Mission accomplished. Bian Changxi smiled as she admired the 2 jars. To an outsider, it might look like seaweed face masks, but this was actually a healing miracle more effective than any standard medicine. As long as it wasn't a wound involving bones or nerves, like cuts, incisions, abrasions, or scratches, applying a bit of this would stop the pain instantly. You'd see results in an hour and be well on your way to healing within a day. Even for serious injuries like broken bones, using this alongside conventional treatment would significantly short the recovery time. In her previous leaf, there was someone who wasn't a wood elementalist or a doctor, but could always heal their teammates. They claimed to have studied traditional Chinese medicine and herbs, but it was later revealed that they had accidentally discovered the effects of sponge babies. It wasn't until 3 or 4 years into the apocalypse that this recipe became widely known, but by then, sponge babies were nearly extinct. Those with foresight had secured seeds and started artificial cultivation. UNHWA base had later planted a few, but the seeds were bought from Tungyang base and weren't wild. Combined with some errors in the cultivation process, the resulting medicine wasn't very effective. The labor and resources required were too high, so the project was scrapped. Tungyang base, however, had established large-scale plantations, and sponge babies became a common wound medicine there. Bian Changxi tried to remember what this medicine was called back then. Green mud. Golden wound paste. Sponge ointment. One day heal. Anyway, it was a very plain, uncreative name. She curled her lip in disdain. After a moment's thought, she found 2 labels and neatly wrote green baby on them, then stuck them on the jars. She didn't think this name was plain at all. When they stopped for a break at noon, she went to the small kitchen in the car, boiled a pot of water, cut the remaining dozen pieces into strips, and tossed them in. After a couple of boils, she turned off the heat and added just 2 pinches of salt. An appetizing aroma instantly filled the entire vehicle. Zhang Bubai sniffed the air as he stood by the door. "Miss Bian, are you making something delicious again? It smells so good." Because the RV had its own kitchen, Bian Changxi often cooked whenever she felt like it. As the driver and guard, the 2 men in the front were the lucky beneficiaries. Although her culinary skills weren't exactly gourmet, to men like them, hot, fresh food was a delicacy. Bian Changxi had just filled 2 thermos containers. "Take these to Captain Gu and Captain Shio for a taste. I've left a bowl for the 2 of you. Drink it while it's hot." Although she only mentioned Gu and Shio, the 2 men would ensure all 6 of the inner circle got some. Li Chai Oshu, usually a very serious and stern man, looked expectant. He swatted the back of Zhang Bubai's head. "Stop sniffing and let's go." Bian Changxi watched the 2 of them walk away briskly and shook her head. A perfectly good guard had been turned into a foodie by her. She always said that putting excellent people with her was a waste. She got out of the car and called Auntie Zhao over to share the soup. Auntie Zhao didn't leave in the RV. She was in a bus following behind. That bus was different from the others. Many of the hard seats had been removed and replaced with bedding. There were only 7 or 8 people in the bus, all relatives of the squad 10,301 leaders. Being a squad leader came with high contributions and benefits. If they couldn't even take care of their families, it would kill their motivation. Auntie Zhao lived there, chatting with people and having her own bed. While the space couldn't compare to the RV, it wasn't bad. By the time they settled into a new camp that evening, the deliciousness and medicinal value of the sponge babies had spread. Those who had collected them mostly from the first battalion, were overjoyed, hoarding them leak treasure. Those who hadn't were full of regret, and private trading began. Bian Changxi was showing off her green baby to Auntie Zhao and explaining how to use it when Bai Heng showed up. She froze, a headache coming on. Since that last encounter, Bai Heng had come by twice. She had blocked him both times by saying she didn't need a sparring partner. But when a man got stubborn, it was a nightmare. He truly claimed it was for pure friendship. Could she really pick up a broom and chase him away? The 2 times they had met, they had just exchanged a few casual words. Auntie Zhao didn't know whether to be annoyed or impressed by the young man. Should I tell him to leave? Zhang Bubai said sourly. He seems to be here to ask about making the green baby. Bian Changxi waved her hand. Forget it. I'll go out to the yard. You guys come too, and call the head of the medical team. Bai Heng was still dressed in white. Despite the difficult journey, his clothes were rarely dirty or torn. His poise was always perfect. He gave Bian Changxi a gentle smile. Although there were many bystanders, he seemed to have expected it and wasn't embarrassed by the audience. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Our small squad doesn't have a wood elementalist who can heal. We heard that these sponge babies have great healing properties, but we were worried that improper processing would ruin the effect, so I've come to ask for your help. Since he put it that way, what could Bian Changxi say? You don't strike a smiling face, and there was no reason to ignore a request for medical help, even from an ordinary person. It's fine. I should have made the method public earlier, but since no one has much of a supply, I didn't think it was urgent. Our medical team leader is coming too. Just wait a moment. He smiled warmly tersely. All right. Auntie Zhao took a sharp breath. A handsome man and a considerate, kind one who constantly radiated goodwill, compared to Captain Gu, who always had a stiff face. It was hard to say which one would win a girl's heart. Was this man really just here to ask for medicine? Only a fool would believe that. Zhang Bubai also thought secretly, Captain Gu, you better step up your game. Li Chaioshu stood outside the yard, looking calm. He was just a guard. His employer's private romantic affairs weren't for him to worry about. He wasn't like Nanny Zhao, who could chime in whenever she wanted. Milk lay there lazily, not even lifting an eyelid. He wasn't hostile or anxious about the guy, who clearly had designs on his mistress. After all, he wasn't the one who should be worried. It had to be said that as he evolved toward a wolf-like form, this fellow's personality was no longer as cute and pleasing as it was when he was small. The leader of the medical team rushed over in a hurry. It was none other than Lu Xiaoyang. Once everyone had gathered, Bian Changxi began her demonstration. It wasn't particularly difficult. The grinding process required no technical skill. The key was adding the water. The ratio of powder to water should ideally be 1.5 to 2. You have to control it yourself. Pour a little, stir a little. Strive for a uniform and delicate consistency. The stirring force must be moderate. As for the water, pure distilled water is best. If you don't have that, drinking water or mineral water will do. The minerals might have a sleet effect, but it's not a major issue. She quickly used up half of what Bai Heng had brought, producing only enough paste to cover the bottom of a bowl. This was the reason UNHWA base hadn't planted these in large quantities. A single plant produced over a dozen sponge babies, and they took half a year to grow. Yet in the end, the processed result was a mud ball the size of a thumb. The return on investment was terrible. It was hard to break even. Only in a place like Tungyang, where the wealthy walked everywhere, could people afford to consume this. Don't look down on the small quantity. This amount can be used many times. You don't need to apply much to a wound, just a thin layer. So, it's a potent drug. Lu Xiaoyang took notes in his notebook. What do you mean by potent drug? Bian Changxi handed the bowl to Bai Heng. Do the rest just leak this? Lu Xiaoyang glanced at Bai Heng. I mean a highly effective medicine. And what's more powerful than highly effective? Poison. Seeming to guess what Bian Changxi would ask next, he pushed up his glasses. And above that is lethal poison. How cold? Lu Xiaoyang smiled. Looking at it this way, it seems impossible to promote for general use. The quantity is too small. Do these, sponge babies grow anywhere else? Everyone felt a bit strange saying the name. No one knew who had come up with such a comical moniker. If you look carefully, there should be some. Maybe around the valley area. Wasn't the last batch found in a valley? It would be best if we could cultivate them artificially. Bian Changxi gave him a mental thumbs up. She appreciated his character of wanting to plant everything himself. When she left the base, she heard he had lingered in the herbal medicine garden day and night, reluctant to leave. She wondered if that was true. Suddenly, Milk stood up, looking around vigilantly. He leaped onto the top of the wall, barking wildly at the sky, then jumped back to Bian Changxi's side, biting her pant leg and pulling desperately. Everyone looked at the wolf in surprise. Bian Changxi hurriedly tried to comfort him, her expression turning grave. Although Milk could be arrogant, mischievous, and even aloof or willful, he never made a fuss without reason. For him to be this anxious, something must have happened. She took out her communicator and dialed Gu Shu's number, but there was no sound from the other end. Auntie Zhao pointed at the communicator in surprise. Is there no signal? Look, the signal lead isn't on. How can there be no signal? Now everyone realized something was wrong. They hurriedly walked out of the courtyard to see what was happening. But before they could step out, the sky above suddenly darkened. A giant bird, seemingly inlaid with gold and shining so brightly it looked like it was on fire, pierced through the clouds and descended like a divine weapon. With the appearance of this creature, a buzzing sound filled everyone's ears, as if the air was being compressed and vibrating back and forth inside a short, thick cylinder. A hurricane rose from the ground. Fine dust billowed up, and small gravel struck people's faces, forcing them to close their eyes. Bian Changxi felt it particularly strongly. Her mental power was severely suppressed, making her feel top-heavy. She gritted her teeth, shielded her face, and ran out of the courtyard. More birds descended from the clouds, one after another, as if a massive hole had been torn in the sky. All sorts of demons and monsters seemed to be drilling down from above, densely packed, obscuring the heavens. The formation was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Feeling one's scalp tingle was actually a good reaction. Many people were simply dumbfounded, forgetting to react at all. Bang! 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 The reconnaissance planes flying in the sky didn't have time to escape. In just a few moves, they were chased down and crashed midair. Bian Changxi's face turned pale. What was happening? Had these birds gone mad? She suddenly thought of the small batch of zombies from a few nights ago. That time, both she and Gu Shu had felt something was wrong, but in the end, no dangerous situation had occurred. This feeling, this oppression on the spiritual level, was very similar to that night. Could it be that these flying creatures had been targeting their group since that night? In places she couldn't see, countless zombies surged from all directions without any warning. The patrol cars tried desperately to rush back, but on the rugged roads, their speed was no match for the zombies, especially the speed types. They were soon caught and submerged. The people inside didn't even have time to scream before they were enveloped, looking from a distance like a swarm of ants covering breadcrumbs. People outside gathering firewood met the same fate, instantly crushed by the tide. The camp's reaction was fast. Vehicle-mounted missiles, mortars, and grenade launchers, heavy weapons were immediately put into place and fired into the sky. On the ground, Specialties teams had dug pits and buried mines as soon as they set up camp. Mines were detonated one by one, sending zombies flying. But as one group fell, more surged in behind them, seemingly endless. People screamed and shouted. The mobile units and combat personnel quickly took their positions, while non-combatants retreated to the safe zone. Fortunately, the terrain here was open. Out of caution, every time they built a camp, even for a single night, they made it sturdy and complete. So, the current camp had a certain degree of defensive capability, with personnel guarding every critical point. If they had encountered this accident while on the move, they would have been finished. Before the crisis occurred, Gu Shu and the others were in a meeting room, discussing the route ahead. In the past 7 or 8 days, they had only covered a quarter of the total distance, yet they had used more than a third of their fuel. They needed to shovel snow, tow away abandoned cars, repair roads, and so on. The places requiring fuel were more numerous than imagined. They now had to consider consolidating some vehicles. If the space couldn't hold them, they would have to abandon some fuel-guzzling engineering trucks. Suddenly, Gu Shu felt a wave of discomfort, a premonition that something bad was about to happen. This ominous feeling was usually accurate, except for last time. Last time. His brows tightened, and he stood up abruptly. Suddenly, zombies appeared on the surveillance screens on the wall. Every screen was filled with them, thousands upon thousands, an endless sea of zombies. Compared to this, the zombies from that night were just a fraction. A second later, the screens went black one by one. Clearly, the cameras had been destroyed by the zombies. The people in the meeting room went into an uproar and rushed outside, just in time to see the giant bird appear. A golden bird with pitch-black claws and massive wings. There weren't many flying mutated animals in the apocalypse, but every time they appeared, they were extremely troublesome. However, none had ever rushed down from above the clouds like this. It was truly shocking. Just this entrance gave people a sense of invincibility. Gu Shu's ominous premonition grew stronger. He seemed to understand something. The anomaly he had sensed that night must be related to this bird. The giant bird let out a cry, a piercing shriek that cut through the clouds and almost ruptured eardrums. The people below covered their ears, screaming in pain as they fell in droves. Meanwhile, the birds behind it and the zombies on the ground seemed to hear a bugle call, becoming even more excited. Suddenly, a cannon shell was fired at the giant bird. The bird merely tilted its body, dodging it easily. The birds behind it were blasted away and exploded. Gu Shu followed the trajectory of the shot. Bian Changxi was standing on the roof of her mini villa, shouldering a portable rocket launcher. Her thin figure looked so brave and determined. Gu Shu's heart shook. He saw the giant bird let out a sharp cry and dive toward her. It seemed to emit something from its mouth, extremely fast and massive, something human strength could not withstand. A white shadow tackled Bian Changxi, and the two of them rolled off the roof together. Almost at the same moment, an invisible, colorless spiraling wave bombarded the roof. The villa's roof was instantly blasted open, leaving a huge hole. Bian Changxi fell to the ground and rolled twice. Falling rocks and glass smashed down, but they all hit another body. She was basically unharmed. "Are you okay?" she asked Bai Heng, who was on top of her. She pushed him away and scrambled up quickly, intending to challenge the giant bird again. Bai Heng hurriedly grabbed her. "Don't go. That bird is unusual. You can't deal with it." Bian Changxi looked for the rocket launcher that had fallen somewhere. "Hurry back. Your parents must be panicked. Our team will protect them. Don't be naive. When disaster strikes, who will protect unrelated people? They can only rely on you." Bai Heng hesitated for a moment, but immediately made a decision. "You come with me." Bian Changxi yanked her hand back and glared at him. "Are you speaking nonsense? I should leave this place and run to your squad. What use is it for you to stay here? Everyone is looking out for themselves. Your Gu Shu has to protect over 300,000 people. Can he look after you? Don't worry about it. This is my team, and I have the ability to protect myself. Seeing the bird about to fly away, Bian Changxi pushed him aside, took another rocket launcher from the farm, and fired again. Her hands were steady and her aim precise, but the giant bird dodged too quickly. She barely touched a feather. The only achievement was interrupting another one of the bird's cries. The bird was furious and dove down. Li Chai-oshu crawled out of the ruins. Seeing this scene, he immediately grabbed a large rock and threw it. Although he threw it very high, it still missed. Bai Heng urgently fired a gold blade, which hindered the bird for a moment. Bian Changxi threw away the clumsy rocket launcher, only to find that her vines couldn't reach, her wood thorns were too weak, and her throwing knives were clamped by the hard feathers, unable to cause damage. It seemed she could only take out a machine gun for futile shooting. She was angry in her heart. Was she still this weak even at Tier 4? Bai Heng almost shouted at her, "Yours isn't a combat ability. Don't be brave. Watch out." The giant bird launched another colorless, transparent attack. The two jumped away as the villa was completely blasted apart, sending stones and debris flying. Amidst the flying dust, Bian Changxi's eardrums rumbled, and waves of nausea rolled through her chest. Seeing the arrogant, massive bird pressing lower and lower, she feared she wouldn't be able to dodge the next attack. This was clearly a mental attack. That spiraling, invisible force was materialized mental power. Not only was its destructive power immense, but even without direct contact, it exerted a severely negative oppressive feeling on ability users. This bird was a mental-type mutated bird. She wanted to crawl up, but her limbs were weak. It felt as if her brain was still concussed, all her organs were floating, and her body's coordination had been stripped away in that instant. Bai Heng didn't seem much better. Seeing the giant bird descending, he used all his strength to roll over, shielding Bian Changxi underneath him. Bian Changxi had mixed feelings. If she had a choice, she would rather face a more dangerous situation alone than owe him this favor. Suddenly, a gleam of ice flashed past, forcing the giant bird to retreat sleekly. Bian Changxi looked up in surprise and joy. On top of an overturned car, not far away stood a beast, its body entirely snow-white. Its eyes were narrow and fiercely bright. Standing as tall as an adult's waist, it looked particularly fit and muscular. The leans of its chest and abdomen were smooth and graceful. Its slender, powerful limbs gripped the car's shell tightly, almost crushing it, and its hook-like claws glinted with a cold light. It opened its large mouth, revealing sharp white fangs, and let out a deep, majestic growl. With a wave of its claws, 2 more ice blades flashed out. The giant bird couldn't dodge in time. A wound appeared below its right eye, blood flowing down. At first glance, it looked like it was weeping blood, making it look even more ferocious, yet its imposing aura suddenly weakened by several levels. Bian Changxi looked back at the white beast. It was a beautiful white wolf, roaring in fury, its long white fur dancing majestically in the wind. Although it still looked somewhat youthful, it couldn't hide its vigorous style and domineering air. A white wolf. Because it was ice-type, it was more commonly called a snow wolf. Galloping across the vast, snowy plains and wilderness, lying dormant in the silent, cold nights where danger lurks in every bush and tree, descending from a pure land beyond the world to the mortal realm because of submission to a heroic human. She still remembered this rather artistic and ethereal description of Gu Shu's snow wolf from the Capital editorial department. She let out a small breath. So it really is him. Indeed, there are no baseless events in this world, nor so many coincidences and luck. Unless fate was already destined, how could one just be walking along and have a spirit beast throw itself into their arms? The giant bird clearly flinched. A trace of fear reflected in its sinister bird eyes, as if it were hesitating. Generally, mutated beasts feared spirit beasts. It was just that when Milk was small, He acted cute more often than he showed his power. He hadn't significantly displayed his excellence or uniqueness. Coupled with the fact that Bian Changxi raised him like a child, she basically hadn't realized this point. Moreover, she seemed to understand a bit now. Evolving step by step from a hamster size, Milk's abilities were growing gradually. But he was definitely still far from his peak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked like a dog she had mistaken him for. Sure enough, although the bird was afraid, it didn't flee with its head in its hands. Instead, it turned its head to wreak havoc elsewhere. Bian Changxi stared at it fixedly. Bai Heng breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Let's go quickly. Bian Changxi forcefully pulled her hand back and climbed up from the ground, using almost all her strength. She shot out a thick vine over 300 meters long, locking onto the bird's claws. Little Zai. Bai Heng cried out urgently. He didn't understand why she kept provoking that bird again and again when she clearly couldn't beat it. The bird tried to fly, but couldn't get away immediately. It flapped its wings hard, and Bian Changxi was yanked into the air. A red leet and a gold leet struck the bird's claws in succession. Bian Changxi's hands slipped, dragging painfully, and she fell. However, she didn't hurt herself. She landed on something warm, soft, and solid, the enlarged milk. The bird was injured and circled in the air, dragging the long vine. It screamed violently. The birds in the sky and the zombies on the ground became agitated as if they had taken stimulants, attacking the camp even more violently. Bai Heng helped Bian Changxi up. Are you okay? Her palm had been torn up by the vine and was bleeding continuously. Gu Shu rushed over from a distance. Changxi. Bian Changxi immediately ignored her hand and grabbed him. Chuik, kill that bird. It's a mental type. It can control the zombies and the birds. Controlling zombies wasn't rare. Back in Jiang City, they had seen Tier 2 zombies possessing an innate control over Tier 1s. Humans could also have the ability to control zombies, just like exorcists such as Chen Guanqing. So Gu Shu wasn't surprised to hear her say this. Looking at the large bird launching mental attacks everywhere, causing swathes of people to fall, he asked, I remember you have a fighter jet in your space. Not a helicopter, not a reconnaissance plane, but a genuine fighter jet. It had been swindled from Zhuje Yunma's arsenal. Originally, Gu Shu wanted to put it in his spatial device, but seeing Bian Changxi admiring its majesty, he let her keep it. Bian Changxi understood what he wanted to do. She hesitated. That needs a runway. The surroundings were ruins. There wasn't even a flat place to stand. Take off. And with so many birds in the sky, not just that one, at the speed of a fighter jet, hitting any bird could mean the destruction of the plane and the death of the pilot. The scenes of so many reconnaissance planes crashing just now were still vivid in her mind. Gu Shu didn't worry about that, or perhaps he had already considered everything. Since he mentioned the fighter jet, he naturally had a solution for the runway problem. He pointed to a mound 30 or 40 meters high not far away. No need for a runway. That terrain is relatively high. It will work. Bian Changxi still hesitated. He comforted her gently, give it to me. Be obedient. I'll be quick. No matter how reluctant she was, she couldn't refuse. She released the massive, sharp fighter jet onto the open ground. I'll go too. Gu Shu smoothly put it into his spatial device and patted her hair. Wait for me down here. Stay with everyone. Don't act alone. He also patted Milk's head, seemingly unsurprised by his fierce appearance. Protect her well. Milk grunted. He glanced at Bai Heng but said nothing, then hurriedly left, passing through the crowd. He met Xiao Yun on the way and quickly gave a few instructions. Both men looked toward Bian Changxi, then Gu Shu went to the mound. With a slash of a fire lean, all the obstacles, high and low, were leveled. He released the fighter jet at the top and climbed in. The jet's tail sprayed flames. The powerful roar of the engine about to take off blended with the surrounding noise of battle, possessing a unique, fearless grandeur. Then the fighter jet dove down the slope. Just as it was about to hit the bottom, it suddenly pulled up, leaping toward the sky. Bian Changxi's heart sank and rose with it, pounding as if it were on a roller coaster, about to jump out of her chest. Bai Heng watched the fighter jet rush into the flock of birds, beginning to fire indiscriminately and destroying large swathes of mutated birds. He had to admit that in some areas, he really couldn't compare to that man. He glanced at Bian Changxi. He is indeed a very courageous man, very decisive, very heroic. But he can't look after you right now. Come with me first. His words were actually quite pertinent. He couldn't leave Bian Changxi here alone. Although Gu Shu told her to stay with everyone, those people included the good, the bad, and those with various intentions. Perhaps they were less reliable than that wolf. Plus, with so many people and so much chaos, she would be better off with him. If there was one thing he couldn't approve of about Gu Shu, it was that he could leave Bian Changxi here alone without a second thought. Was this a time of peace? Killing those birds was actually more important than her safety. What angered him the most was that he had repeatedly sought out little Zai, yet he had never received a warning from Gu Shu. He seemed truly unconcerned. To do this, there could only be two reasons. First, he was too confident, thinking it was only natural for little Zai to be devoted to him. Second, he didn't care or cherish her. Whichever reason it was enough to be called a bastard. Even if he felt that he, Bai Heng, wasn't worth worrying about, for a man not to step forward showed a lack of sincerity. It was precisely because of this that he felt he still had a chance. Little Zai had a strong personality. She wouldn't accept being relegated to a secondary position. He thought so much and felt increasingly confident, but Bian Changxi forcefully threw off his hand. Her gaze never left the sky for a moment as she said coldly, "You go. I'll wait for him here." She flipped her hand and took out a large-caliber fire tube, spraying scorching flames into the sky. Each blast brought down a firebird. Gu Shu destroyed many of the small fry in the sky, but even more remained. While dodging the interception of other birds, he began to circle the golden giant bird. On the ground, Xiaoyun ordered his men to provide cover fire. However, zombies were everywhere, including powerful ones like mutated zombies, and they were commanded in formations. The camp was temporarily at a disadvantage, fully suppressed, and couldn't spare much manpower. Somewhere, Shadow, Xiaoyun, and others stopped their combat to support the sky. In one corner, the zombies appeared particularly stiff, standing there stupidly and letting people hit them freely. Chen Guanqing stood on a car, holding several white crystal nuclei in his hand. Black chains extended from him, reaching into the zombie horde and dissipating into diffuse black mist. He himself was also wrapped in black mist, looking exceptionally monstrous and terrifying. Inside the mist, his eyes were closed, his face pale as paper, and his whole body trembled slightly, seemingly under immense pressure. He had been practicing controlling zombies, but he had never attempted such a large quantity at once. Chu Hao led some strong fighters to guard him. After the situation in the sky developed and the order to provide cover came down, Chen Guanqing looked up. He shouted, "Leave it to me." Suddenly, the black energy surged, almost wrapping him into a cocoon. The number of zombies falling into stiffness multiplied. Soon, the zombies in that area stopped moving. The commanders on that side reacted quickly, immediately aiming tank barrels and machine guns at the sky. The pressure on Chen Guanqing increased sharply. Others couldn't help him. They could only kill zombies more desperately. Those zombies were leak puppets, easy to kill, but there were too many. Without heavy weapons, their elimination speed was greatly reduced. Suddenly, a stiff-moving person walked out of a car. She had short hair, and her upturned face was clean but pale and rigid, as if coated with a layer of cheap paste. Her eyes lacked focus, with more white than pupil. If anyone saw her, their back would go cold. She faced Chen Guanqing's direction blankly, whimpering as if trying to express something. Suddenly, she grinned and howled, a sharp, terrifying sound that made the air boil leak water. Then, mutated beasts began to appear in the distance, one after another. They leaped into the zombie horde, tearing at the zombies, crashing in from the rear like an ocean tide. Gu Shu's pressure lightened. After several rounds of maneuvering with the giant bird, he shot off one of its legs and a wing. The giant bird stumbled through the air, seeming to want to flee above the clouds, but was blocked several times. Exhausted, it couldn't fly high. As it teetered on the brink of falling, the zombies below also became loose and panicked. Gu Shu focused intently on the injured bird in his sights, about to deal the fatal blow. Suddenly, a sense of crisis struck. He hurriedly maneuvered the fighter jet to dodge, but it was too late. The right wing was hit by a bolt of lightning and began to spin, emitting billowing black smoke. The entire cockpit crackled with electricity. Screens and buttons sizzled, and his body was battered by the current. People without experience of electric shock couldn't understand this feeling, but Gu Shu had this course during his childhood training. He was only startled for a moment, then showed neither panic nor fear. He tried his best to stabilize the fighter jet, raised his hand, and drew a square with a lean of fire. Pushing upward, a steel plate above his head was shoved high, revealing the murky sky. He saw another golden bird descending from above the clouds, more massive, more terrifying, with eyes even sharper and more sinister. Being this close, just the wind from its wings felt like it could throw one away. This bird was at least tier 5, maybe even tier 6. He had once discussed with Bian Changxi that the evolution speed of mutated beasts seemed to be a step ahead of humans. Perhaps because they had no tools, these beasts had to rely on their own strength to survive. Those lagging even slightly behind were eliminated. He glanced at the ground, the chaotic camp still working together to resist the attack. Smoke, black fumes, artillery fire, abilities. Everyone was struggling bitterly, not losing hope. It wasn't heroism at work, nor was it for some noble cause. It was just that, as an outstanding soldier, sacrificing for the mission was a concept introduced very, very early. It was engraved in his bones. Compared to ordinary civilians, this was something easily accepted by people like him. Precisely because of the calmness derived from this near indifference to individual life, he could see the situation clearly at a glance. What should be done, and how to exchange the smallest loss for the best result, this was almost something he didn't need to think about. His gaze swept back, his face resolute, his eyebrows not even twitching. He threw out a chain of fire, wrapping around the newly appeared bird with lightning speed. It locked extremely tightly, avoiding any parts where the opponent could exert force. Then, dragging it, he flew the swaying fighter jet at maximum speed toward the distance. Bian Changxi lowered her weapon, watching the jet and the bird rapidly disappearing. Her pale lips trembled. Gu Shu. The cold wind of the deep night cut like a knife. In the seemingly endless mountain forest, the roars of zombies echoed near and far, rising and falling. Shifting shadows, like fleas catching the scent of blood, surged forward one after another, arms outstretched and bloody mouths gaping wide. A snow-white wolf, standing as tall as an adult's waist, leaped among the scattered rocks and broken roots. Its fluffy fur rose and fell rhythmically, giving it a sense of agile beauty. Every time it waved a claw, 3 ice blades would flash across the night sky like silver arcs. The zombies pouncing from the front would have their heads lopped off with a thud, their bodies crashing down to serve as stepping stones for the beast. Behind the snow wolf, a dark human figure dragged a long sword. Whenever the hand rose and fell, the snow-bright blade light that burst forth in the night was no less brilliant than the ice blades. It was virtually unrivaled. However many zombies came, that many would fall. For zombies further away, She would raise her hand and throw flying knives that were hard to track with the naked eye. She would shoot outward thorns. Sometimes, when there were too many zombies, some would inexplicably trip. This was her sending out vines or manipulating the vegetation on the ground to obstruct them. She was like a bolt of lightning splitting the night, leaping and bounding with the agility of a leopard. Unless seen with one's own eyes, it was hard to believe such a slender figure could possess such explosive power and seemingly inexhaustible stamina. Yet in such a dangerous night, in such a perilous wild forest, zombies were everywhere. Front, back, left, right, all directions. There were even mutated beasts interspersed among them. If not for the snow wolf's intimidating presence, those mutated beasts would have pounced even more fiercely than the zombies. The most critical issue was that they were forced to change direction constantly. The sour, rotting stench brought by various zombies and the unique smell of the forest soil masked their sense of smell. From initial sensitivity to current struggle, it had become very difficult for them to search for the person they wanted to find amidst these myriad scents. Bian Changxi decapitated a zombie close to her, used one hand to throw 2 knives to finish off 2 running from the front right, and while no other zombies had arrived yet, she circled the area. Holding a camping lantern, she searched the ground, but the surface was messy and cluttered. Even if there were traces, they had been caused by the swarm of zombies. There was absolutely nothing she hoped to see. She half-crouched, fingers supporting her on the ground. The camping lantern shone into her bright, cold pupils. She panted rapidly, looking around vigilantly. The short breaths she exhaled blew the sweat-dampened hair on her forehead. Her bangs, now grown quite long, covered her eyes and brushed against the tip of her delicate nose. The shadow of her hair made her aura look gloomy and terrifying. Beneath the calm suppression was an irritability and panic ready to erupt. The snow wolf also paced back and forth irritably, craning its neck to look around, snorting rough breaths. Suddenly, with an ow, it lowered its body toward one direction, staring alertly and angrily into the darkness. There, pairs of green eyes were open in the dark, seemingly waiting for the best opportunity to pounce and devour the human and wolf here. Milk! Bian Changxi noticed and turned, coming over to stroke his bristling neck. Her hand was hot with sweat. His body was even trembling slightly. She knew this wasn't from fear or cold, but from extreme fatigue. He hadn't been this large before. Of course, as Gu Shu's pet beast, his peak form would likely be several times larger than this, but right now he seemed to still be in a growth phase. If the situation during the day hadn't been urgent, he wouldn't have enlarged. Although she didn't understand the mechanism behind his size change, Bian Changxi guessed that after enlarging, the burden on his body would increase significantly. Moreover, they had been running, fighting, and searching continuously for over 10 hours like this. Even as a wood system user, she felt she couldn't hold on much longer. She looked at the green eyes lurking in the distance. That was a small pack of mutated wolves. They had been following them for 2 hours. Their numbers had grown from a dozen initially to several dozen now, and the tracking distance had closed from several hundred meters to less than 100. At first, they hid stealthily. Now, they no longer feared revealing their tracks. This change occurred firstly because Bian Changxi and Milk hadn't taken action against the wolf pack, and secondly because their physical strength was depleting bit by bit. Some animals were just that keen. They could sense the strength of their prey's aura. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, Milk was running out of steam. Once his momentum weakened, a spirit beast suppression over mutated beasts would naturally decrease. She looked at Milk carefully again. His eyes were bloodshot, his flanks heaved rapidly, and his panting was rough and hoarse. There were even a few streaks of blood in his white fur that were his own. "Change back. I'll send you into the farm to rest for a while," she whispered distressedly into Milk's ear. Milk wrinkled his nose and gave a low bark, expressing strong dissatisfaction and disagreement. Bian Changxi helplessly stroked his back, infusing wood energy. All right then, hold on a little longer. Maybe we'll find Gushu very soon. Receiving the wood energy, Milk immediately perked up, his breathing easing a few degrees. He shook his head comfortably and rubbed against her hand, but immediately took a step sideways, refusing to take any more of her energy. He seemed to know that Bian Changxi was also reaching the end of her rope. Bian Changxi smiled. Seeing zombie shadows flickering in the distance again, she spoke to Milk and quickly scrambled up a large tree. Because of the zombies and mutated beasts, the air in the forest had become very turbid. Milk's nose wasn't working well, and Bian Changxi's perception was also hindered. She climbed to the treetop because the air was better there and the field of view was wider. Of course, wider was relative. In the moonless, starless night forest, she couldn't actually see very far. She half-crouched, holding the tree trunk, and checked her communicator. Still no signal. She closed her eyes and transformed her wood energy into thousands of fine threads. Centered on herself, using the surrounding plants as a medium, she radiated them outward, simultaneously wrapping strands of mental power around them. The wood ability gave her the natural environmental perception unique to her element, while mental power was a strong spirit derived by powerful ability users. Moreover, since she was a mental system user, mental power was essentially one of her abilities. In her current condition, using either one alone wouldn't yield much. Only by combining the two energies could she probe further and search more meticulously. But doing so consumed a massive amount of energy. Her wood system was Tier 4, while her mental system was only Tier 2. The difference was too great, making coordination difficult. Furthermore, it meant consuming double the energy. Once the energy in her body was used up, she had to rely on absorbing green nuclei. If not for the inherent endurance of the wood system and her Tier 4 status, she wouldn't have been able to sustain it. Searching all the way here, the energy consumed by fighting zombies and traveling wasn't significant. This radar leak exploration was the main drain. It was so taxing that using it now made her feel dizzy, her brain throbbing with needle leak pain. Gritting her teeth, she spread her senses 360 degrees. The further the distance, the more strenuous it became, and the less clear the sensation. Suddenly, she caught a tiny wisp of aura. She didn't know if it was Gushu's, but she could sense it was a type of fire energy. It was a rather strange fire element, yet extremely similar to the aura she had sensed from Gushu when she first entered the forest to find him. His fire system seemed to be undergoing some kind of mutation. Immediately after, something seemed to happen there, and that tiny trace was swept clean, dissipating into the air without a trace. Bian Changxi hesitated. When she first started looking, she had watched the general direction of the fighter jets crash. Following the heat and black smoke, she had rushed there without stopping, but upon arrival, she only saw the wreckage of the fuselage. The person was gone. At that time, Gushu's scent was heavy, and there were footprints and bloodstains on the ground. She thought she would find him quickly, but that wasn't the case. The interference of zombies and the rapid onset of darkness made the search extremely difficult. Her own fatigue also meant she received less and less information. Having dragged on until now, she could say she had completely lost his direction. Even stranger, he seemed to be intentionally erasing the traces of his passage. And now, with such a faint signal, she didn't know how long ago the person had left. Moreover, it was 4 or 5 kilometers away. By the time she got there, it would likely be another empty search. But at least it was a direction. Bian Changxi gritted her teeth and climbed down, hugging the tree trunk. She didn't dare jump casually now. If her legs went soft and she fell and crippled herself, it would be even more trouble. Before the zombies could surround them, Bian Changxi patted Milk and took the lead, running in that direction. This way. Milk quickly followed. Bian Changxi paid attention to the ground and surroundings. If there were zombies or mutated beasts ahead, she immediately solved them with flying knives, determined not to let these trash mobs delay her time. She thought to herself that if she still couldn't find him, she might have to take Milk into the farm and wait until dawn to make plans. Otherwise, whether the two of them would survive was questionable, and having no mental or physical strength tomorrow during the day would be the most terrifying outcome. But thinking of Gu Shu injured, his ability undergoing unknown changes, wandering alone on this perilous barren mountain, she felt anxious and hateful. What if she couldn't find him? This worry of Bian Changxi's lightened slightly after rushing more than 4 kilometers and seeing zombie corpses on the ground. There were over 100 zombies lying in disorder. It was evident that a rather tragic slaughter had taken place here. The zombies were either killed by a single gunshot, had their heads or limbs severed by abilities, or were burned black. The traces were fresh, not more than an hour old. Some zombies were still roaring on the ground. Bian Changxi looked at those killed by abilities. They were taken out by fire, but it wasn't pure fire. Just like Chen Guanqing's fire was corrosive from the start, the one before her wasn't corrosive, but... She pinched a small pinch of ash from the scorched neck of a headless zombie. It was dry. When she rubbed it in front of her eyes, it turned into dust and fell. She frowned, thinking of a possibility. If that were the case, she didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. What was certain was that she had to find Gu Shu as soon as possible. Just seeing that many zombies weren't completely killed, some were even crawling on the ground with broken legs, showed how rushed it was. He had no way to finish them off cleanly, and had fled in a sorry state. At this moment, Milk barked "ow ow" twice, ran over, grabbed the corner of her clothes and dragged her under a tree. Bian Changxi stood up and stabbed a crawling zombie through with her knife. At this moment, Milk ran back, clamped his teeth onto the fabric at her waist, and dragged her toward a specific spot. Under that tree, there were traces of someone sitting. Nearby lay bullet casings and a crumpled jacket she recognized as Gu Shu's. Hi. Along the way, there were marks where shoes had scraped the ground. She dug a ladle with her hand. The soil was sticky, and a metallic scent hit her nose. It was soil mixed with fresh blood. It's been so long, and he's still bleeding. He's injured again. Bian Changxi was very worried, her brows knitting together. Milk, let's catch up quickly. But after running only a few steps, she realized something was wrong. Shining her camping lantern, she saw footprints on the ground, but there were too many of them. The outlines were clear, and they didn't look like they were made by zombies. Could there be other people? This question was answered quickly. After walking 100 meters or so, she found 2 human corpses. The first had been shot in the head. The second had half his face burned off, and a small knife was stuck in the eye socket of the other half. After another 50 meters, a third male corpse had rolled down a slope into a loose pit. He had multiple fractures, but the fatal wound was a dagger stuck in his temple. Bian Changxi became more alarmed the more she saw. Although these bodies had cooled, their limbs were still flexible. They must have died less than an hour ago. The blood hadn't completely coagulated. Because the methods of death were different, she couldn't confirm if they were killed by the same person, but she found military weapons on them. Judging from the scene, they had been chasing someone while fighting, only to be killed in a counterattack. Bian Changxi's biggest suspicion was that someone was hunting Gu Shu. She sprinted, following the trail. The mountain path was extremely difficult to traverse. Those people seemed to be panicking or choosing paths indiscriminately, specifically going where there were many trees, grass, and rocks, and where the ground was uneven. The traces of fighting along the way basically never stopped. Aside from scorch marks from the fire element, there were smooth cuts, traces of strong winds blowing, withered vines left by other wood users, and deep pits obviously caused by strength types causing destruction. And there were bloodstains belonging to who knew whom. After finding 4 more dead bodies, the deaths finally stopped. But this was definitely not a good thing. Bian Changxi's heart sank lower and lower. Any zombies she encountered were instantly executed. Suddenly, she stopped. Milk kicked off with his front paws, sleeting forward a short distance while clawing the ground, looking at her panting. There's the aura of people. Chewed a few of them. Bian Changxi put a finger to her lips, quietly continuing forward. But while they wanted to be quiet, the nearby zombies rushing over did not. They seemed to have discovered a delicacy, swarming toward one spot with ugly desperation. Since Bian Changxi and Milk were in their path, they naturally became targets of desire. Fighting while running, both of them were half dead from exhaustion. Then, human voices appeared ahead. People were fighting zombies. There were shouts. Bian Changxi heard someone say, "Retreat. Retreat quickly." "What about him?" "Save your own leaf first. Our main base is just down the mountain." Before the sentence was finished, the person let out a short, sharp ah. And fell silent. Another person shouted, "Gu Shu, I'll fight you to the death." "Gu Shu." Overjoyed, Bian Changxi rushed forward. Whoosh! A beam of blue-violet light shot toward her. Bian Changxi almost couldn't stop her feet. She leaned back, lost control, and sat down on the ground. The beam of light grazed the top of her hair and sank into a tree trunk, snapping the bole-thick tree in half with a sizzling, electric noise. She turned her head in horror to look. Ahead, the last figure fell stiffly, revealing a man opposite him. Arcs of blue-violet electricity hissed and jumped all over his body. He was covered in wounds, his aura cold and dangerous. He leaned against a tree, his arms still maintaining the posture of the strike. His cold, sharp eyes shot straight over. Then he froze. Bian Changxi panted, still a bit shaken. She stood up, her tang sword dancing. Together with Milk, she dispatched the last few zombies in the clearing with a fierce and rapid stance. She walked up to him. Are you okay?" Gu Shu supported himself against the tree trunk to push up. His clothes were tattered, cut, scratched, pierced, but mostly burned. His face had almost lost its original color. Electric arcs flashed within his pupils, making him look quite terrifying. One hand clutched his side. He just stared at her fixedly, not shouting, asking why she was here, nor looking her up and down nervously. Instead, there was an indescribable expression that was hard to read. He only managed to utter the word "you" before beams of light swept over from behind. People were approaching quickly and lightly. Judging by the sound, there were quite a few of them, and all were capable. Gu Shu's expression changed. He reached for Bian Changxi's hand, but perhaps because he suddenly left the support of the tree or for some other reason, his body tilted, causing Bian Changxi to lose her balance as well. The two of them tumbled down the adjacent slope. During the fall, or rather, right at the start, Gu Shu tightened his arms, pulling Bian Changxi firmly into his embrace. The gravel underneath poked Bian Changxi painfully, but because there were two arms cushioning her back and a large hand firmly covering the back of her head, the pain became bearable. She hurriedly mobilized her last bit of ability to cover them both with a layer of green-white armor. She closed her eyes, feeling the world spin a few times before they came to a sudden stop with a thud. Opening her eyes dizzily, she found herself and Gu Shu lying in a naturally formed shallow pit. Rotting leaves and dry grass covered their bodies and faces, and she was lying on top of Gu Shu. Milk had followed them down the moment they rolled and crashed awkwardly to the side. Then more light shone from above, and human silhouettes appeared. She quickly signaled Milk to hide to the side and stared vigilantly upward. The person just died. They must be nearby. Search quickly. Look here, did they escape down there? Stay hidden, don't go out. Suddenly, Bian Changxi felt heat by her ear. She turned her head and met Gu Shu's eyes. His eyes were truly beautiful, narrow and sharp, without any femininity. The pupils were distinct black and white, pure as a clear spring, yet often impenetrable. At this moment, because electric arcs were still flashing occasionally, they possessed a somewhat eerie beauty. However, looking at his pale face, the cold sweat covering it, and the determined, enduring look between his brows, he seemed to be in great pain. Even though Bian Changxi was only touching his body, she could feel waves of electric shock-like ability fluctuations radiating from him. The electricity made her fingers numb. His ability was mutating, and the situation seemed rather bad. His aura was also unstable, weakening rapidly. He tried to push her away to get up, but she held him down. "Don't go." A sinister roar came from above. She looked and saw a zombie. She threw a knife, and the zombie fell with a gurgle in its throat. The sound alerted the people above. Look, did he fall down here? In that moment, Bian Changxi thought of many things, yet her chaotic thoughts seemed to amount to nothing. She was only clear on one point. Neither she, Gushu, nor Milk had any strength left, while the enemy was numerous and aggressive. Facing such a crisis, persisting with certain principles would just be stupidity. She gritted her teeth and made a major decision. She raised a hand to cover Gushu's eyes. "Close your eyes." With her other hand, she reached out and grabbed Milk's big tail. In the next instant, their surroundings changed drastically. The dark night turned into day. The murky night sky became a bright, distant blue sky. The gloomy, bloody air turned into a refreshing, warm breeze. And the hard, uneven ground beneath them turned into soft black soil. Gushu opened his eyes wide, revealing an expression of extreme shock and confusion for the first time. He remained lying on his back, looking up at the scenery above. Even though this world had zombies, abilities, and natural or artificial spaces, arriving in a completely different place in a split second was still a bit inconceivable. Even with Gushu's excellent psychological quality, it was hard to digest for a moment. Bian Changxi had already stood up and was silently arranging her clothes. Her messy hair scattered in front of her face. She remained silent for 2 or 3 seconds before looking up at him. "This is my space and also my territory. It is absolutely safe. You can relax now." Gushu looked at her in a daze. His vision still retained the dizziness and shadows from the sudden entry, making Bian Changxi look a bit blurry. "Space." Seeing his state wasn't right, Bian Changxi squatted beside him. "It's just a dimensional world, nothing big. How are you? Shall I help you up?" But Gushu slowly closed his eyes. Bian Changxi was scared and tried to push him and call his name. Just then, time seemed to stand still. It was only for an instant. If she weren't the owner of the farm, she probably wouldn't have felt it. Then, the crops all around began to sway violently, rapidly losing color and withering, melting into the soil. Even the green grass in the pasture opposite turned yellow in the blink of an eye, and various animals huddled together in terror. She grabbed Gushu in horror, countless thoughts racing through her mind. Could it be that I can't bring people into the farm? No, she had brought Milk in and out countless times, and even zombies. As for humans, Ju Yunechua and those people from her past life had entered too, and nothing had happened. But then, something even more terrifying occurred. The farm was rapidly shrinking. Both the area and the sky overhead were contracting. The sky pressed down. The visual sense of suffocation was indescribable, as if the sky was falling and the world was ending. She didn't have time to investigate the cause. She hurriedly tried to take Gushu and Milk out, but immediately felt as if she couldn't leave. Powerful energy was surging everywhere, feeling like a wind rising from nowhere, a hurricane, in fact. This energy was extremely similar to her wood element, but far more powerful and pure. It seemed to come from the ground, from the sky, and from those withered crops, containing vigorous vitality, swirling closer like a vortex. Bian Changxi wanted to hold Gushu and dodge, but in the next moment, she discovered that all the energy was pouring into Gushu's body. Her heart almost stopped, but she realized the energy wasn't harming him, Instead, after repairing his injuries, it slowly calmed down. She turned her head to look at the bare black soil, which had shrunk in size, shock still lingering in her eyes. This scene was déjà vu. Last year, when she was hunted by Zhang Ba and seriously injured, she thought she was going to die. But when she woke up, she was in the farm. The farm, which had been developing nicely, had become bare, and its area and volume had shrunk. So, the farm indeed had the function of actively healing people, but it seemed this function required sacrificing the energy contained within the farm. The direct manifestation was shrinking, right? She realized there were still many aspects of the farm she needed to explore. Across 2 leafatimes, the space she thought she knew well still held many hidden secrets. She looked at Gu Shu again. Green streams of energy flowed into his body, enveloping him and shimmering softly. Within the halo of light, the pain between his brows slowly dissipated, and the electricity running wild over him seemed to be soothed, gradually sinking into his body. His breathing and aura became stable and strong. She sat on the ground. The streams of energy flowed past her feet without any intention of pausing, nor did they show her any favor. She pouted. She was also very tired, weak, and even close to collapse. Okay. Does the farm actively ignore you unless it's a life or death situation? She looked at Milk, who had shrunk and was lying on the ground, breathing in more than out. Heart aching, she pulled him over and stroked him. The 2 of us have been pitifully abandoned. You eat something first. Once I recover, I'll heal you, okay? Neither of them had eaten or drunk a drop of water since the incident began. They were indeed starving. Seeing that Gu Shu was fine and under the farm's care, Bian Changxi felt relieved enough to fish out hot boxed lunches and bone soup from the warehouse. There were also some miscellaneous foods. After hastily filling her and Milk's stomachs, she began absorbing crystal nuclei to recover her energy. Recovery time was long. Although Bian Changxi wasn't injured, she felt on the verge of overdrawing her limits. Coupled with nursing Milk back to health, it took nearly 3 days to fully recover. Milk accepted her intermittent wood energy nourishment and repair, but he remained sickly. It seemed that maintaining the large form for a sustained period had caused him great damage. Bian Changxi was worried it would affect his future growth and development, so she took even more care of him. Gu Shu, needless to say, lay in the green ball of light with no intention of waking up. At first, Bian Changxi was worried, but thinking back to when she slept for a long time, nearly 2 months had passed in the outside world when she woke up. However, given the time difference inside and outside the farm back then, it had probably only been 10 days or so inside. Speaking of which, she watched the farm shrink and shrink until it was 4 or 5 times smaller, leaving a total area of less than 300 square meters before stopping. She thought the time ratio had probably regressed again. After fully recovering, she armed herself and carefully tried exiting the farm. This time, there were no restrictions. She measured the time and discovered that 1 minute inside was 3 minutes outside. She couldn't help but sigh deeply. When the farm was first developed, 1 minute inside was 5 minutes outside. Now, one regression back to the Stone Age. Didn't this mean that if they stayed in the farm for a day, 3 days would pass outside? It was a complete waste of time. But Gu Shu hadn't woken up, and it was dangerous outside. She couldn't just go leave outside and reclaim the 2 wasted days. All she could do was pour her stored crystal nuclei into the stream, hoping to upgrade the farm quickly. But she soon discovered that the energy entering would eventually run into Gu Shu's body, not the farm at all. This made her unsure whether to be gratified or grind her teeth. Now in peak condition, she occasionally left the farm to wander the mountain forest and kill zombies. It served as physical training and a way to get crystal nuclei. Since Milk wasn't with her, mutated beasts in the mountains would also come to provoke her. Usually, they were average in ability. If she encountered powerful ones or was outnumbered, she would run. Fortunately, the farm was tied to her. She would reappear in the same spot she entered, so she could run anywhere after coming out. The first time she came out, she found the surroundings in a mess. There were corpses, bitten beyond recognition, and wolf bones. Although nearly 10 days had passed, the smell of blood still filled the air. Some strange-looking birds and small mutated beasts were feasting on the corpses with relish, almost catching Bian Changxi off guard with an attack. After thinking about it, she understood. Wasn't there a pack of wolves following her in milk? Perhaps after they entered the farm, the people who wanted to harm Gushu were targeted by the wolf pack. A wolf pack starving in the night was not easy to deal with, especially as their numbers grew. Those people definitely didn't have a good time. Serves them right. But who were those people? Bian Changxi walked around the mountain and found that a bit further from their location, that night was the edge of the mountain. Below was a winding mountain road. There were traces of a team having camped overnight, trash everywhere, 1 or 2 scrapped cars, wooden sticks for tents, burnt piles of wood, and so on. Bian Changxi narrowed her eyes. She would have to wait for Gushu to wake up to ask what exactly happened. She slowly walked back to where the main group had been stationed. That place was also devastated. The dead had been buried or burned, and the leaving had left. It made sense. She had left immediately upon seeing the fighter jet crash. The battle hadn't ended then, and she didn't know what happened afterward. Perhaps someone had searched for the 2 of them, but that night they immediately entered the farm and stayed there for 3 days, which was 9 days outside. The team naturally had to move on. She went in and out of the farm for 5 or 6 consecutive days, practically cleaning up every ghost and goblin on this mountain, before Gushu's condition changed slightly. The green ball of lead on him had disappeared, but he still hadn't woken up. He lay quietly on the ground as if asleep. Bian Changxi squatted and looked at him for a long time. She poked him quietly twice, pushed him twice, and finally could only help him up, half carrying and half dragging him into the house. It is worth mentioning that because the farm had degenerated, the farm's inherent house had reverted to the original old wooden shack, which was naturally empty. Bian Changxi's mini villa had been destroyed by the giant bird, and now the farm space wasn't large, so she took out the small wooden cabin she used before and placed it on the black soil next to the warehouse. She had been resting inside it for the past few days. Although it was small inside, the furniture was relatively complete. She put Gushu on the bed. Looking at his clothes, stiff with dried blood and his face covered in stubble, she felt a bit troubled. She had wiped his face and washed his hands before, but cleaning him up completely would be difficult. It required changing clothes and wiping his body. But if she ignored it, who knew when he would wake up? Frowning, she bent down to unbutton his shirt. But after undoing just one button, remembering the reason he ended up like this, a trace of coldness gradually surfaced in the depths of her eyes. Expressionless, she stared at this peaceful, handsome face, which was still charming despite the green stubble. The anger and desolation from before, the confusion rising from the bottom of her heart, returned to her body. Seeing the fighter jet crash, she had chased after him immediately, ignoring everything else, thinking of nothing. Aside from worry, it was because of anger. A kind of anger she couldn't articulate, but which swelled in her chest more and more fiercely. If she could have caught up with him then, if he had been conscious and not heavily injured, she believed she wouldn't have given him a pleasant face. Although she had said words of support, and indeed had always thought and acted that way. Although she understood him, and understood that his actions were correct in that situation. Watching him fly away in the fighter jet, she could even imagine that he hadn't hesitated for a second, nor had any lingering reluctance. She just felt so powerless. Clearly, just a moment before, she was fighting the mutated bird in the sky with all her might, but in an instant, it felt as if all her strength had been drained away. She couldn't blame him, nor could she say he did anything wrong. But precisely because of that, it was so hard to bear, so unwilling, so angry so. She sat by the bed, staring blankly at her open hands. Why exactly was she trying so hard? She stood up indifferently, ignoring Milk, who trotted in neatly on 4 paws, wobbling sleekly, and went outside again. She changed to another mountain and continued killing monsters. Just like that, another 2 days passed outside. After dark, Bian Changxi felt tired, so she returned to the farm, made some food, took a bath, and went back to the wooden cabin. She had hung a thick curtain over the cabin's only window. There was no day or night in the farm, but humans had biological clocks. Although she could sleep anywhere, no normal person liked sleeping in bright light. So she arranged the room to be relatively dim. Once the door was closed, although it wasn't pitch black, it was gloomy and heavy, closer to night. She looked at Gushu. In the end, she hadn't had the heart to let him sleep while dirty. She had roughly wiped his body and changed him into clean pajamas. He looked much tidier and more spirited, and his complexion was good, but she didn't know why he still wouldn't wake up. She touched his face, tracing his eyebrows and the shape of his leaps in the air, then dropped her hand uninterestingly. Rubbing her wet hair, she walked to the 1.2-meter single bed against the wall on the other side and lay down. Having circled around zombies continuously, combined with her bad mood, she hadn't slept for 2 days. So, not long after covering herself with the quilt, she fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know when it was that she felt someone moving beside her. Vaguely, she felt someone approaching. The bed dipped slightly. One arm passed under her neck, and another rested on her waist, then gradually tightened. She was imprisoned in a hard embrace, surrounded by a refreshing, warm masculine scent. Being held was a bit uncomfortable, but there was no sense of danger. It was simply that this scent made it impossible for her to be on guard. Otherwise, she would have startled awake at the start. She opened her eyes, stunned for a moment. She struggled sleepily, turned her head, and met a pair of ink-black eyes smiling faintly. Gushu's face was inches from hers. A flicker of surprise bloomed in Bian Changxi's eyes before it was extinguished. She slapped the arm around her waist, her tone harsh. "What are you doing in my bed?" Gushu tightened his hold, burying his face in the crook of her neck and taking a deep breath. Bian Changxi's body tensed. She tried to push him away, but he wouldn't budge. "Didn't I tell you to stay with everyone else?" A cold smile touched Bian Changxi's lips. Without him, what did everyone else even matter? But she didn't want to say that out loud. Saying it now would make it seem like she was desperate to follow him wherever he went. Frustrated, she turned her head away, showing him her back. "I saw your fighter jet crash." Gushu chuckled, thinking she was worried about him. "I wouldn't have done it if I wasn't somewhat confident. What happened to everyone else afterward?" "How should I know? They were still fighting when I left. But no more giant birds appeared, so they should have been able to stabilize the situation quickly." Gushu didn't catch the anger in her voice, or perhaps he did and knew his reckless actions would upset her. He just hadn't thought about it at the time, and even if he had, it wouldn't have changed his mind. And now, as a man, it didn't occur to him to analyze the source of that anger. "So they're now." "They've already left," Bian Changxi said coldly. "You were unconscious for a long time. Over 20 days have passed in the outside world. I didn't go back after I found you." She glanced back at him and saw him lost in thought. A surge of fury rose within her. She opened her mouth to lash out, but in the end, she just muttered resentfully, "I'm going to sleep." He hadn't asked how she found him. He hadn't asked what this farm was after she brought him into it. He hadn't shown any concern that he had nearly absorbed all its energy. The first thing he asked about was the people who were already long gone. She squeezed her eyes shut and pulled the blanket over her head. Gushu froze, finally realizing something was wrong with her mood. But she clearly didn't want to talk to him, and he still had so many questions left unasked. He remained silent for a moment, then withdrew his arm. "Then get some rest." The sound of him leaving followed. Bian Changxi felt a pang in her chest. After a long while, she threw off the blanket, sat up, and stormed over to yank the door open. Gu Shu was leaning against the doorframe, staring silently at the farm. "You're awake. Awake your head. What are you doing here?" Wondering what this place is. He turned to look at her, his question genuine. Bian Changxi stared at him for a long moment before turning and walking past him. "I told you before, didn't you hear me? This is a different dimension. It has sunlight, air, and water. The temperature is always pleasant, and the scenery is beautiful, an ideal leaving environment. See that stream? There are plenty of fish and shrimp in it, so don't disturb them unless you have to. I dug 2 pits next to it. The one enclosed by the sleeting door is a temporary bathroom, and the other provides water for daily use. My little villa was destroyed, so all that's left is this small wooden cabin and a bamboo house. A lot of the facilities are gone, so don't even think about a proper living room, kitchen, or bathroom for now." Gu Shu followed her, his feet stepping onto the sun-drenched black soil. Milk trotted over happily, and Gu Shu bent down to scratch the fur on its chest and belly, earning a contented purr. "I call the area opposite this the pasture. The animals were terrified by you before. They only just started eating again in the last couple of days, and the grass is slowly turning green again. So it's best if you stick to this area." Gu Shu looked at the skinny cattle and sheep, which were watching them with what looked like nervous exhaustion, their gazes fixed warily on him. He found it novel. "I scared them." The thought made Bian Changxi's heart ache a little. "You caused quite a commotion when you came in. The farm used to be much bigger, but now it's shrunk to this size." "Why?" She didn't want to elaborate. "I'm not sure either." Gu Shu looked down at the dark, seemingly fertile soil beneath his feet. "I remember you used to grow things here." "Yes, but I'm not planning on tending to it for the time being." Bian Changxi led him to the wooden cabin that came with the farm. "This was here originally. I thought it was dirty and old, so I never used it. Next to it is the warehouse, which is an infinite storage space. All my supplies are in there, but only I can access it." In front of the cabin was a blue awning covering a stove, a dining table with utensils and some leftover food, a makeshift kitchen. A basin held the unwashed dishes from the past few days. She touched the back of her ear, slightly embarrassed. "This is how things are for now. If you're wondering where this farm came from, do you remember my bracelet?" "That's it," she continued without waiting for his reaction. After the jade bracelet shattered, the farm didn't disappear. It imprinted itself onto my wrist. So that's where all the initial trouble came from. Gu Shu connected the dots, and all the inconsistencies and questions he'd had were suddenly answered. "Last time with Zhang Ba, when you disappeared in the woods. Was it because you came here?" Bian Changxi nodded. She took his arm, and in the next instant the scene changed. They were standing in the middle of a desolate, cold mountain range. Gu Shu still wasn't used to the sudden dizziness, and he was amazed by this ability to travel between 2 spaces. Even for someone like him, understanding the function of this farm was a profound shock. It was practically a world of its own. But thinking of its current size, he gave a wry smile. It was far too small. Besides serving as a temporary shelter, it couldn't accomplish much. Also, time flows differently inside the farm. Right now, 1 day inside is 3 days outside. But if I invest enough crystal nuclei, I can reverse that ratio, and the farm will expand as well. Bian Changxi saw him deep in thought, then shaking his head. She didn't know what he was thinking, and just led him forward. "Expand. Yes, it can become very, very large." Gu Shu's eyes narrowed to a slit. "This is nothing short of a supreme treasure." A mocking smile played on Bian Changxi's lips. "Why else do you think I was targeted like that?" But all their schemes were for nothing. After the jade bracelet shattered, this space will be with me forever. As long as I leave, it exists. If I die, it will vanish instantly. Changxi. Bian Changxi's sharp smile faded, her expression turning somber. I don't mean anything by it. Gu Shu looked straight at her. Neither do I. She watched him for a moment. I trust you. But I hope you won't tell a third person. Gu Shu's face grew cold. Bian Changxi turned and continued walking. Wen Mingli also knows about this. But since no one has come looking for trouble after all this time, she probably hasn't told anyone. It's understandable. By keeping it a secret, she can use it to threaten me when she needs to. If she made it public knowledge, it would only harm others without benefiting herself. In fact, I could use it to secure a future of immense wealth and power, and then turn around and crush her without any reservations. So for now, I don't need to worry about her. I don't want to become someone's possession. So I hope that after you reach the capital city, you won't report this to your superiors. Gu Shu grabbed her with considerable force, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented fury. Do you think I would covet your farm? Of course you wouldn't. If you were that petty, you wouldn't have told me to keep the infinite space a secret back then. Bian Changxi's gaze wavered for a second before clearing. But an infinite space, and something that can endlessly produce resources and comes with an infinite space, are two completely different concepts. I dare say that eventually, this farm could support the consumption of millions of people. But can you dare say that you wouldn't, out of your so-called sense of duty and responsibility, still let me leave freely without a care in the world? She cast aside all pretense and met his gaze. The establishment of Tungyang Base had been forged through more than a year of bloodshed. Even after it was built, it remained unstable until the third or fourth year. During that process, countless people moved in and out. Countless people starved, froze, or were killed in battles and schemes. The assassination of Gu Shu's superior was just the beginning of all the carnage. Whether it was bloodshed or peace, she had wanted to advance and retreat with him. But over the past few days, she had done a lot of thinking. Initially, Gu Shu wasn't the top leader. He had superiors and many colleagues. In this leaf, many things had changed. She didn't know if Fu Qingsong had been killed. If not, then after she and Gu Shu arrived, that man probably wouldn't die. And if he didn't die, would Gu Shu still be able to establish himself as king and rule the world? It wasn't that she needed him to reach that height. It was lonely at the top, and she preferred he naturally obtain what he deserved. But in reality, there was a huge difference. With a superior above him, many things would be out of his control. And now that she had exposed the farm, if things got dire, would Gu Shu still keep her secret? If he didn't, wouldn't his superior try every means possible to control her? Even if she willingly helped at first, would she still have a say in the future? It wasn't that she was being arrogant or selfishly hoarding her treasure. She wasn't that stingy, unwilling to part with a single cent. But perhaps due to her past life, it was one thing to willingly give what she had, but being forced to hand over what belonged to her was absolutely unbearable. Before, she believed Gu Shu would stand with her. But after this incident, she no longer did. When he flew away in that fighter jet, no one knew what she was thinking in that instant. She had a sudden, profound realization of his background, of his way of thinking. No matter how much he acted like a normal person, it couldn't hide the fact that he was a soldier whose life revolved around missions and military orders. He could sacrifice himself. So one day, could he sacrifice more? Like certain principles, he was still holding on to now. So she no longer believed. She said mockingly, "You probably think I'm being paranoid, selfish, and incredibly arrogant, making a big deal out of a tiny piece of land. Whatever you think, just say it. You won't tell anyone, or at least you won't announce it before I do. Can you do it or not?" The relationship between Bian Changxi and Gu Shu remained tense for many days. They traveled north, killing zombies, mutant beasts, and even the rare mutated plants to harvest crystal nuclei and restore the farm. But throughout the journey, the two barely spoke. At the time, Bian and Changxi had led Gu Shu back to their previous campsite. The scene was too gruesome to look at. Gu Shu found some tracks, confirming the team had evacuated in a hurry. However, the route deviated from their planned course about 20 kilometers out. To make matters worse, several other groups had passed through since, mixing the tire tracks and footprints on the road, making it impossible to tell which way the team had gone. Besides, 22 days had already passed. Gu Shu set off immediately without hesitation. Bian and Changxi let out a pair of cold laughs, but said nothing. They traveled in the same vehicle. Although she had spoken harsh words, her core demand was simply that Gu Shu not report her to his superiors without her consent. It was also a way to vent her dissatisfaction. Along the way, she did what needed to be done and never deliberately shirked her responsibilities when she could help. The two fell into a state of cooperation, yet they stubbornly avoided any real communication. At night, Gu Shu would set up camp. Bian and Changxi would toss milk to him and then enter her farm. They hadn't collected many crystal nuclei while rushing, so the time ratio was only about 1:2.5, with 1 hour inside being 2.5 outside. She set an alarm, rested for just over 3 hours, and came out right before dawn. Gu Shu was sitting in the car, having set up traps and alarms around the perimeter. She did a quick check, then opened the car door. Milk in the passenger seat immediately sat up. Gu Shu's eyes snapped open, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Bian and Changxi ignored him, picked up Milk and sat down, placing it on her lap. Milk was silent, its ears drooping as it nibbled on its paws, trying to minimize its presence. Gu Shu glanced at her a few times before closing his eyes again, feigning sleep. The car was so quiet it felt empty. When morning came, Gu Shu dismantled the traps and started driving. They continued this pattern for several days. Occasionally, they would encounter a suitable horde of zombies. Gu Shu would stop the car, and the two would get out to collect crystal nuclei before moving on. Aside from the high-tier red and green nuclei they needed for themselves, the rest were contributed to the farm. They even divided the driving shifts so they could each get adequate rest. At night, one would stand guard alone while the other slept for a few precious hours. Neither was willing to back down. One day, they encountered a roadblock. They had been weaving through a long lane of wrecked cars for some time. The vehicles were overturned, tilted, and severely damaged. Zombies were everywhere, both inside and outside the cars, sometimes lunging out from unexpected places. Although both of them had keen senses, high-tier or particularly strange zombies could still be very troublesome. Bian Changxi was walking cautiously, relying not on sight but on her perception and mental power to scan her surroundings. Suddenly, her ankle was seized. She looked down to see a zombie's deformed claw gripping her. In a flash, a slender, soft-bodied zombie slid out from under a car and pounced on her. She was horrified. Her foot was yanked hard, and she started to lose her balance and fall backward. But her reaction was swift. She immediately drew her tang sword and hacked off the hand. She then tried to stab the creature to keep it at bay, but the blade sank into it as if piercing a gummy candy. The zombie's greedy, Ma lunged at her even faster. She instantly raised her left hand, a glove of vines rapidly covering her palm. At the same time, countless small, short vines shot out, wrapping around the zombie's head and face. She dropped her tang sword, immediately gripping a short dagger in her right hand and plunging it into the zombie's brain. Gu Shu heard the commotion and turned back. He wasn't far away. He saw Bian Changxi finish off the zombie, but before he could feel relieved, another identical, soft-bodied zombie emerged from behind her. He unleashed a blast of blue-purple light. It struck the zombie with a crackling sound. For a moment, the creature seemed paralyzed by the electricity before being consumed by the blue-purple flames. Within a second or two, it was reduced to a pile of ash. He rushed to Bian Changxi's side, grabbing her arm and looking her up and down. Are you okay? I'm fine. Let's go quickly. Before they could take 2 steps, more of the soft-bodied zombies began to sleed out from under the cars. They swayed unsteadily, as if they had no bones. They were thin and tall, over 2 meters high, with extremely long arms, huge hands, and long, black nails. Their faces were grotesque and bizarre, and they made cackling sounds from their toothless mouths. Looking at them now, they didn't seem like zombies at all. Bian Changxi sucked in a cold breath and grabbed Gu Shu's hand. Run! Run now! They sprinted off the highway and into the wasteland. The soft-bodied zombies were surprisingly fast. Their already long legs tore through their trousers from the crotch up, nearly reaching their necks. With each stride, their chopstick-like legs covered 4 or 5 meters. They moved with incredible speed, eventually running just like humans. Bian Changxi's face was pale with terror. She dragged Gu Shu along, running for her leaf. Soon it was Gu Shu pulling her. Although they were both Tier 4 ability users, neither specialized in speed, and it was clear the soft-bodied monsters were not low-tier either. They really couldn't outrun them. Gu Shu turned back, curling his fingers. A blue-purple ring of light expanded at his fingertips before being launched forward. The infinitely expanding sphere of light crackled like a massive electrical short, and then the ring imploded. All the monsters caught within were electrocuted into dust, scattering in the wind. Bian Changxi's gaze hardened. Gu Shu had evolved from the fire element to the thunder element. Although he hadn't failed, thanks to the energy from the farm, the evolution wasn't complete. Just like before, his attacks contained both lightning and blue-purple flames, as if it were a transitional ability. However, those flames were already 100 times more powerful than his previous red ones. This attack must have been one of his occasional bursts of extraordinary power, unleashing the full might of the thunder element. But would it be enough? She glanced back. The monsters in front had been turned to dust, but more were still pouring out from behind. Seeing that they were about to run into a dense forest, she quickly shouted, "Don't go in there. Find a road, we need to escape by car." Gu Shu glanced at her but said nothing. He took out a map from his spatial device while running at full speed. There are no other roads nearby. The helicopter. I'll draw them away, you get it started. She released a helicopter from her space and immediately let go of Gu Shu, running in another direction. Cheng. Gu Shu failed to grab her. He frowned, but went to start the helicopter. As the aircraft wobbled into the air, he piloted it over Bian Changxi's head. She was already nearly surrounded by about 20 of the soft-bodied monsters, with more swarming from the highway behind them. The helicopter arrived just in time. Before a rope ladder could be dropped, she whipped a vine upwards. Not caring what it latched onto, she scrambled up the vine with incredible speed. Once inside the cabin, she felt nauseous, her body trembling uncontrollably. Gu Shu kept one hand on the controls and reached out with the other to pat her. It's okay now. Bian Changxi took a moment to compose herself. The memory of watching those disgusting creatures devour thousands of people in her past life, a scene straight from hell, and the bone-deep terror it had instilled in her still made her shiver. She slowly sat down. Gu Shu was clearly worried about her state. Forgetting their Cold War, he asked, "Are you really okay?" Bian Changxi forced a smile. "I was just scared. They're so disgusting." Gu Shu's face darkened. For Bian Changxi to be scared. She had seen far more terrifying things. She was clearly unwilling to talk about it. Though it was inappropriate, he felt a surge of anger. Those aren't zombies. They're a type of mutated plant. They're thin and long like that, and they leak to impersonate zombies. They can also hide their presence. If we ever encounter them again, we must not go anywhere with a lot of plants, Bian Changxi said, having calmed down. What she didn't say was that those monsters had countless bizarre ways of eating people. In her past life, she and Zhu Yunhua's team had been at the front of a temporary survivor convoy. They were on a winding mountain road and had witnessed the convoy below being attacked. It was a human tragedy. They had driven desperately to escape, but the monsters were too fast. The cars behind them, that were even slightly slower, were doomed. Even speed-type ability users who abandoned their vehicles and fled on foot were caught. The fact that the 100 or so people at the very front had survived was pure luck. The monsters were simply too few to reach them. Later, they asked other survivors they met and even inquired in the capital city, but there was no information about these creatures. She had initially thought that convoy was just unlucky, but later, due to certain events, she began to suspect that everyone who encountered those monsters had been wiped out. With no survivors, no one would know about them. This only made the creatures more mysterious, powerful, and terrifying. Those who had narrowly escaped death were petrified at the mere mention of them. That was why, even now, she felt a conditioned fear. She never expected to see them here. That convoy on the road was probably completely annihilated. If it weren't for the helicopter, she and Gu Shu would have likely met the same fate. Lost in thought, she didn't notice the deep frown on Gu Shu's face or his somber expression. After flying for a short distance, birds appeared in the sky. A mutated bird was hunting a flock of smaller birds, heading straight for the helicopter. Gu Shu didn't dare to risk a confrontation. Seeing that the strange monsters were gone, he prepared to find a place to land. "Look over there," Bian Changxi said, pointing. It was the nearest road in the vicinity. What caught her attention was a camp nestled in a valley between low mountains. It wasn't large, but it looked like a long-term settlement. Just then, they saw a vehicle entering the valley from outside. Gu Shu looked, but wasn't planning on wasting time there. They had encountered other people on their journey, but aside from asking for news about the main convoy, they hadn't interacted with them. In the end, the valley did capture Gu Shu's attention. Not for any other reason, but because there were several Changxi group vehicles in the camp. They were modified and repainted, and one of them was a vehicle that had charged at the front of the 1st Brigade, right under Gu Shu's nose for days. Perhaps they were found, or perhaps they were stolen. Whatever the case, there was a chance they could learn the convoy's whereabouts from these people. The two of them were traveling fast, but they didn't know which route the team had taken, and their communication devices were useless, likely because they were too far out of range to receive a signal. The helicopter snapped a few branches as it landed. Before the rotor blades even stopped spinning, Bian Changxi jumped to the ground, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. To avoid alerting the people in the valley, they had flown at a low altitude for a while before landing at a distance. Gu Shu got out and signaled for her to put the helicopter away. Then, the two of them crept toward the valley. Inside the valley was a small grassland and a pre-existing castle. It was unclear whether someone had turned this place into a ranch, or if some wealthy person had built a vacation resort here. There had been a lake nearby, but it was now foul-smelling. However, the mountain spring flowing down from the peak was still crystal clear and tasted normal. By the time they arrived, it was already dark. The camp seemed to be preparing for a bonfire party. Women were busy with preparations, setting out tables, arranging cups and plates, and handling the meager ingredients. The men were gathered to one side, chatting and roughhousing. One of them, a man with a pockmarked face, shouted, "Let's enjoy ourselves tonight. We're heading to base number 7 tomorrow. We have to hand over half of this food anyway, so we might as well eat it now. Tomorrow, we'll give them plenty of water. This mountain spring water, let them drink their fill." A burly, imposing man's face darkened. "Chen Mazi, you don't want to go, is that it? Fine, you can stay here by yourself. Live however you want, and stop whining like a woman." Chen Mazi seemed to have had a bit to drink. His face was red as he stubbornly held his head high. I don't want to bow down to anyone else, boss. Aren't we doing just fine now? This place is great. We have all the water we want, and there aren't many monsters nearby. We have men, we have guns. If we're out of food, we go out and rob someone. Look at that group from the day before yesterday. Hundreds of thousands of people, so impressive and grand, but didn't we get their vehicles, their guns, and their women? He suddenly reached out and dragged over a woman who was passing by with a basin of water. The woman screamed as the water splashed all over her. Her old but clean clothes were instantly soaked, clinging to her body and revealing her curves. Changxi stuck out his tongue to lick her, mumbling, "Will we have such good times after joining a base?" The burly leader seemed to have reached his limit. Seeing his expression, a few men around him quickly intervened, pulling Changxi away. The leader roared, "Did that woman last night not satisfy you? Are you a dog in heat? You still have the nerve to bring up the other day. It's because you can't control that thing of yours, and rushed to grab women that I ended up offending that group. There were soldiers in that group, soldiers, do you understand? If they had the time, if they found us, they could crush us with a pinky finger, you get it. Gut lost. And you're not allowed to touch any women tonight." Changxi stormed off in a huff. Gu Shu and Bian Changxi were hidden in the woods at the edge of the camp, looking down from their vantage point. The vehicles and the deepening twilight obscured their view, making it hard to see everyone's faces clearly, but their keen hearing allowed them to catch the conversation. They were now even more certain that these people had robbed the Jiang City group. But how could such a large convoy, with high-quality weapons, combat strength, and personnel, be successfully ambushed by this mob of a few hundred people? Just then, Changxi staggered out from behind the familiar tank, cursing under his breath. He glanced around, then unzipped his pants and began to pleasure himself. Bian Changxi, who had been watching silently from the bushes, was caught off guard by the scene. Before she could react, her vision went dark. Gu Shu had covered her eyes, his voice tinged with annoyance. "Don't look." Bian Changxi froze for a moment, not resisting. But then she realized how close they were, and remembered they were still in the middle of a cold war. She tried to pull his hand away. "Don't," Gu Shu said firmly, tersely. "It'll dirty your eyes." Was she looking for that reason? Bian Changxi was both amused and annoyed, and she insisted on fighting him. "It's none of your business. Let go." Gu Shu had long ago lectured her on the difference in physical strength between men and women. Even though she was now tier 4 and much stronger than a normal person, she was no match for a certain someone who was also tier 4. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't pry his hand off. She tried to back away, but the back of her head hit his chest, which was as hard as steel. He then clasped both her hands in one of his. She tried to kick him, but he skillfully dodged and hooked her leg, pinning her completely. Gu Shu let out a low chuckle, seemingly without effort. "Do you concede? You have some nerve. Bullying me with your strength. This is about technique." Bian Changxi twisted her hand hard, her wrist turning halfway in his palm. But she seemed to have used too much force and injured a joint. She hissed in pain, and Gu Shu immediately let go. She pulled his other hand from her eyes and bit down hard on the muscle below his thumb. It was a vicious bite, and she could hear the groan of bone and sinew being compressed. She looked up smugly. "Now this is technique." Before the words had even left her mouth, he cupped her face and kissed her fiercely. It was a turbulent, passionate kiss, as if trying to vent all the frustration that had built up over the past few days, as if trying to crush all her coldness and indifference. This was the first time they had had a conflict since they got together, and from his perspective, the conflict was utterly baffling. He had been angry, confused, and had felt the urge to argue with her. He had also felt helpless, wanting to reconcile but not knowing how. As the days passed, he had become increasingly desperate and finally started to panic. He couldn't remain indifferent to her cold shoulder. When Bian Changxi came to her senses, she naturally struggled. What was this? They were still in a cold war. He hadn't given her a clear answer or an apology. What was this supposed to be? But it was useless. She was no match for him. When his hot tongue invaded her territory, her strength drained away like sand in an hourglass, and even her will to resist weakened. Their leaps and tongues intertwined, their breaths mingling. This was an intimate, beloved person. In truth, she didn't want to push him away either. After a long time, Gu Shu finally released her, breathing quietly by her ear. Don't be angry with me anymore, okay? I apologize for everything I did wrong. Hearing this, Bian Changxi knew he still didn't understand why she was angry. She huffed but didn't want to say any more. After so many days, wasn't she tired too? She was angry and didn't want to talk to him, but she also knew that if she hadn't expressed herself in such a sharp, irrational way, it wouldn't have escalated to a cold war. But she just didn't want to cautiously probe, pitifully explain her difficulties, and then sorrowfully beg to maintain this relationship. That might have yielded a better result. She knew that if a woman showed weakness in front of a man, acting a little pitiful, she could achieve twice the result with half the effort. But she was unwilling to do that. If this man required her to pretend to be someone else for him to be good to her, what was the point? Of course, it hadn't reached that point yet. He hadn't done anything she couldn't tolerate. There was just a slightly annoying tendency. Should I tell him clearly what I'm really worried about? Bian Changxi thought. This man isn't stupid, so why can't he be more considerate? Is it that hard to guess what I'm thinking? But after some thought, she decided against it. They had already fought. He should know by now that she had a fiery temper. From now on, she would keep a close eye on him. If he protected her and satisfied her, she would support him with all her might. But if he really put others before her every time and didn't take her seriously, would she really be unable to kick him to the curb? Bian Changxi thought resentfully, clutching his lapels and burying her face in his chest. Feeling her compliance, Gu Shu breathed a sigh of relief, completely unaware that the person in his arms was already contemplating how to leave her leaf after breaking up with him. Suddenly, a squawk like a duck's cry pierced the air, followed by strange noises and moans. Both of them stiffened. They seemed to have forgotten something. Where were they, and what kind of people were here? They looked into the rapidly darkening valley at the man in the distance, still engrossed in his lewd act. The two of them were instantly overcome with embarrassment. Bian Changxi felt a wave of nausea, and Gu Shu's face couldn't get any darker. How could they have forgotten about him? The wonderful, romantic atmosphere was shattered in an instant, making them feel sordid themselves. Bian Changxi gave him a push, complaining, "Couldn't you have picked a better place?" How could I remember him? Gu Shu muttered in a low voice. He had almost forgotten what they were even here to do, which had never happened before. He composed himself, his expression turning serious. Just as he was about to knock the man out, a figure darted out from behind a vehicle. They held something like a rock and brought it down hard on the back of the oblivious Chen Mazi's head. Chen Mazi didn't even grunt before collapsing. Bian Changxi's eyes widened. Although the lead was poor, it didn't stop her from seeing that the attacker was a woman. After the successful ambush, she didn't run. Instead, she knelt down and began to smash the man's head again and again, her movements vicious and heavy, as if venting an endless hatred. She and Gu Shu exchanged a look. Gu Shu said, "Stay here." He moved swiftly. To avoid alerting the others, he didn't use his ability, relying purely on the explosive power of his body. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the attacker, subduing her with clean, ruthless efficiency. Bian Changxi watched him question the woman while she scanned the area. The bonfire party had probably started. The camp was lit by flames, and the sounds of joyous celebration drowned out any noise from their location. A moment later, Gu Shu returned with the woman. Bian Changxi took a look and recognized her as the one whose clothes had been soaked when Chen Mazi grabbed her. Tears streamed down the woman's face. When she saw Bian Changxi, she began to sob even harder. "Miss Bian, Captain Gu, it's so good to see you. We were looking for you everywhere, and then we hoped every day that you would appear." Bian Changxi looked at her, then at Gu Shu. "Is she from our convoy?" Before Gu Shu could speak, the woman hurriedly said, "Yes, yes. I'm from squad 80,706. My name is Wang Yihua. My squad leader is XX, my company commander is XX, and my brigade commander is Captain Xiaofeng. In our squad, there's also..." The 1st Brigade was led by Gu Shu, while the 8th Brigade was commanded by Xiaofeng. The head and tail of the convoy were the most critical parts. Bian Changxi hadn't heard of the squad and company leaders' names, but Gu Shu had some recollection of them. An outsider wouldn't know these details. As for the other teammates, although Gu Shu didn't know them, the fact that she could provide so much information made her story seem credible. Gu Shu asked her to recount her experience again. 2 days ago, the convoy was passing through a tunnel. Because of collapsed rocks and zombies inside, they sent people to clear it, causing the convoy to halt for over 3 hours. Just as the tunnel was cleared and the convoy started moving again, the head and tail were ambushed. Wang Yihua said that the last 4 or 5 squads of the 8th Brigade suffered heavy losses, with most of them killed. The better-looking women were captured. Although they're based here, they don't have a stable food source. Besides robbing travelers, they also trade supplies with a nearby base called Base Number 7. The female team members were sold by them to Base Number 7. Only someone, plain-looking like me, was kept. But after 2 days, because we planned an escape last night, everyone else was tortured to death except for me. She shed tears of pain and determination. I knew I wouldn't leave long either. If they hadn't been busy arguing about joining Base Number 7, I wouldn't have survived this long. So I thought, if I'm going to die, I'll take 2 of them with me. That's why I..." She pulled up her sleeve to show them the wounds on her body. Bian Changxi glanced at them. They were indeed marks of abuse. She had seen many such cases, and could tell at a glance whether wounds were from torture, combat, or self-inflicted. Gu Shu's eyes were even sharper than hers. Moreover, their appearance was sudden. It wouldn't be easy for her to fabricate such a story to deceive them in such a short time. They were about 70 to 80% convinced. According to Wang Yihua, after being captured, they were blindfolded with their hands and feet bound and thrown into a vehicle. They were then sorted leak cargo. Only after being brought here did they slowly learn what had happened. When asked about the captured armored vehicles and the current situation of the convoy, she didn't know. She said she was just an ordinary team member, usually responsible for cooking and laundry, and didn't know much. Besides, it was chaotic at the time, and she had fainted early on. Leaving her to one side, Gu Shu and Bian Changxi stepped away to discuss in low voices. "What do we do now?" Gu Shu glanced at Wang Yihua and whispered, "I'll go take a look around. I'll grab a few more people and get some more information. If their stories match hers, we'll go to the tunnel where the incident happened first." Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow. "Are we just letting these people go? We gain nothing by taking revenge on them. The most important thing now is to find the convoy. Besides, they can run, but they can't hide. Aren't they going to Base Number 7? Bian Changxi indicated that she didn't share his magnanimity. She watched Wang Yihua as Gu Shu quietly slipped away, his figure melting into the night. She didn't know which entrance he chose to enter the camp. She wasn't too worried. In a direct confrontation, the few hundred people in the camp might give them some trouble. But just sleeping in and out to grab a few people posed no danger at all. Wang Yihua looked around, her eyes timid. "Where's Captain Gu? He had something to do." Bian Changxi looked at her hands, which were covered in small cuts. "Let me treat your wounds." The woman was flattered. Bian Changxi sent a stream of energy into her body to check her condition, confirming that she had no abilities and was, as she claimed, an ordinary woman working in logistics. She withdrew her hand. In just a few seconds, all the wounds on Wang Yihua's body had healed. She was too stunned to speak. How? How is this possible? Bian Changxi smiled. By the way, you said everyone else died, and you're the only one left. I'm a bit curious, why were you the only one to survive? Wang Yihua lowered her head. I was too useless. When we tried to escape, I was at the very back. When I was caught, I couldn't fight back. Bian Changxi studied her closely. How old are you? Me. Almost 30. She touched her face and quickly explained, there's a water element user in our squad. I wash her clothes, and she helps me stay hydrated every day, so my skin is better than most. I'm not lying. Oh. Where did you leave at the base before? Do you have any family? Bian Changxi asked question after question, not hiding her intentions. Although the woman showed a shyness and panic that didn't quite match her age, it could be explained by the trauma and extreme nervousness she had experienced. Her other answers revealed no inconsistencies. In the end, even Bian Changxi felt she might be overly suspicious. The information Gu Shu brought back was consistent with her story. They took Wang Yihua with them and spent the night in the wilderness. With an outsider present, they couldn't enter the farm. After a simple dinner around the campfire, they let Wang Yihua rest in the car while the two of them remained by the fire. Go to sleep. I'll keep watch, Gu Shu said. Bian Changxi poked at the fire, where she had buried a few small sweet potatoes for her midnight snack. The occasional flare-up illuminated her face. Let's take turns. I'll take the first half of the night, you take the second. Waking up after falling asleep was the worst. Although the Cold War was over, she was still distant. Gu Shu neither agreed nor disagreed. He looked at her and asked, I don't think I've asked yet, how did you find me? She raised an eyebrow. How else? I just looked. If it weren't for all the zombies, it wouldn't have taken so long. A thought suddenly occurred to her. Speaking of which, you're quite the runner. You must have been injured from the start. I wasn't slow getting there, but you were already gone. Gu Shu smiled. At the time, he had climbed out of the cockpit and used all his energy to detonate the fighter jet, blowing the giant bird to pieces. The commotion attracted many bloodthirsty predators, so he had to leave quickly. I left a trail of signs along the way. Bian Changxi rolled her eyes. What a pity, I can't read them. In truth, at that moment, it had never even occurred to her that he might have left signs. She had been too frantic to even know which way was north or south. She lowered her face slightly, poking a branch in and out of the flames. By the way, who captured you? Gu Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. I wasn't very mobile at the time and was waiting for rescue. But before our people arrived, I ran into a group that was hunting there. They were from Zhuje Yunma's team. Bian Changxi stopped. How come I didn't run into them? So that camp by the mountain was Zhuje's people. Yes. They said they had just arrived. They wanted to capture me alive, probably to ask about the giant bird. Bian Changxi drew a rough map on the ground. At the time, she hadn't known her directions or how far she had gone. But on her way back, she calculated that the place where she found Gu Shu was 4 or 5 mountains away from their own camp, almost a continuous mountain range. From there, they should have been able to see the flock of mutated birds descending through the clouds to attack in the distance. Then they happened upon the injured Gu Shu. It was plausible they would want to capture him for questioning, especially since their two sides were already enemies. She felt a little frustrated. So even if you were captured, you wouldn't have lost your leaf. Then what was she so worked up about? Gu Shu had said he was somewhat confident when he did it. He left signs, wandered the mountains, and waited for Xiao Feng to win the battle and organize a rescue. Although he later encountered unexpected guests, even if he were captured, he could have negotiated with the enemy to ensure his survival. Didn't that make all her frantic efforts and worry completely worthless? Thinking about it, she felt a bit foolish. She propped her chin on her hand, annoyed. Go to sleep. It'll be midnight soon. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. This conversation had been a disaster. She wanted to find milk for comfort, but then she remembered milk was still in the farm. She hadn't brought him out today, and with an outsider present, she couldn't just materialize a living creature out of thin air. She stood up and walked away. Gu Shu quickly got to his feet. Where are you going? To find milk. She needed to find a place to let him out. The next morning, they went to the tunnel where the incident had occurred. The entrance was blocked, and the exit was on the other side of the mountain. The tunnel was over 10 kilometers long, cutting through the entire massive mountain. There was no way to cross it quickly. Gu Shu surveyed the scene for a while. They probably blew this up to prevent anyone from following them. He frowned. Xiao Feng wouldn't do something like this. Although it was ruthless to say that they only needed to look out for themselves, blocking the entrance meant that anyone coming after them would be unable to pass and would have to turn back. The detour would be a huge drain on resources and fraught with danger. That's why they never deliberately set up obstacles on the roads they traveled. They would never block a road unless it was absolutely necessary. The scene here didn't look like a last resort. It was clear the casualties hadn't been severe. The bandits had likely just used something like smoke bombs, created chaos, and then fled after getting what they wanted. Bian Changxi shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think everyone is as upright and kind as you are? The tone didn't sound like a compliment. Gu Shu didn't dare to press the issue. Wang Yihua asked hesitantly, so what do we do now? Now that we know the direction, we'll take another route and catch up. At our speed, we can catch them in a day or two. But, Wang Yihua said hesitantly, I think I heard that the convoy might be going to base number 7. Gu Shu turned to look at her. Why? Who said that? They said it was for supplies and reorganization. The team members were talking about it, and it seems the information came from one of the company commanders. Gu Shu and Bian Changxi exchanged a look. I think there's something wrong with this Wang Yihua. On the way to base number 7, Bian Changxi whispered to Gu Shu. Wang Yihua was following not far behind them, struggling with the muddy and slippery mountain path. I also feel something is off, but she knows a lot about our convoy, Gu Shu said. I asked the other men I captured, and their stories were similar to hers, so she probably isn't lying. Bian Changxi didn't say anything more. All their questions would be answered once they reached base number 7. In any case, Wang Yihua was in no position to harm the two of them. Speaking of base number 7, she had a vague impression of it. There were many bases along the route from Sioux City to the capital city, and this was just one of them. She remembered not having entered it in her past life, so her knowledge was limited to its existence. The name number 7 wasn't because it was the 7th in a series, like a chain store. The reason for the name. She looked up at the bizarre statue perched atop the base's semi-new concrete gate. It had a large head, a small body, barely visible limbs, and 2 wide, terrifyingly large eyes. The corner of her mouth twitched. That's right, it was because the leader of this base was obsessed with the alien creature from a certain movie. She seemed to recall its name was Kizai. The 3 of them arrived at the gate, where a long line of people had already formed. They looked like they had traveled a great distance. The vehicles and people were leaned up crookedly, and the air was filled with a cacophony of noises, like a bustling market. This place was actually quite remote. Normally, there shouldn't be so many people rushing to enter a base. But considering the timing, this was when the wave of refugees fleeing north from the Sioux City area would be arriving. And this was likely just the vanguard. The peak period was yet to come. To put it bluntly, this base was leaking in for passers-by, a transit station. People coming from the south would have been on the road for over a month by now, their supplies running low. They urgently needed to restock, and they needed a relatively safe place to recover both physically and mentally. Thus, this inn had a constant stream of guests coming to rest, stay, eat, trade, and catch up on world events. Bian Changxi remembered that in her past life, she had left Sioux City late and arrived here during the peak period. The lane to enter base number 7 was said to be long from morning till night. The entrance fee was exorbitant, and inside the base, every inch of land was precious. Only the wealthy could afford to rent a room. So the group she was with didn't join the crowd, and instead spent a miserable night in the wilderness before leaving the next day. Looking at the lane in front of her now, it seemed to be 2 small survivor teams. Although the lane looked long and disorganized, there weren't many people. They would probably get their turn in about an hour. "I'll go find out what the situation is," Gu Shu said. "Go ahead." Bian Changxi nodded. Seeing more people arriving behind them, she quickly got in lean with Wang Yihua. Wang Yihua wrung her hands. "I wonder if everyone else is here." Bian Changxi stared at the cracked concrete ground beneath her feet. It was covered in heavy, overlapping caterpillar track marks, and the marks were fresh. A team of people in orange-yellow work clothes approached, shouting, "Move aside, move aside. We need to repair the road here." The lean of people waiting to enter the base was herded to one side of the road. The workers set up a cordon in the middle of the road. The foreman stomped on the cracks in the ground and spat. What an impressive unit. So many tanks. They sure made a grand entrance, but look what they did to this newly paved road. Now we're the ones who have to suffer. They broke the road. Are they going to compensate us? Someone asked. The foreman cursed loudly. Compensate my ass. Our manager treated them like ancestors. He barely charged them an entrance fee. You think he'd ask them for money? I have to find a way to get the cement, gasoline, and labor for this road repair myself. No wonder the man was so irritable. He had to pay out of his own pocket. The outsiders in the lean understood now. They had found the foreman noisy before, but now they felt some sympathy. Someone whispered, "Is this base unreliable? The foreman has to source materials for road repairs. Doesn't the management provide them? Maybe the pay is high. Maybe this guy is one of the base leaders." Back when the government was developing the economy, didn't they have to attract investment? Could the government just directly allocate funds? Same principle. With that, people were left confused about the rules and systems of this base. Gu Shu returned from the front. His tall, handsome figure drew many stares. Even with a hat pulled low, obscuring his features, his lower face, physique, and the aura he exuded all brought one word to mind. Distinguished. Undeniably, Bian Changxi felt a flicker of pride, but drawing so much attention here wasn't a good thing. I found out. A convoy of 300,000 to 400,000 people did arrive the day before yesterday, but no one knows their origin or background. He turned his back to the others and lowered his voice. But we have a small problem. To enter, you need to undergo a full-body inspection and be quarantined for 6 hours of observation. Bian Changxi's face stiffened. She had forgotten about that. Many of the later bases had this rule to prevent people bitten by zombies from turning inside and endangering others, and the stability of the base. So, the so-called full-body inspection meant a naked strip search. Although she had gone through it a few times in her past life, no mentally healthy woman enjoyed being inspected naked. Some bases were particularly perverse, arranging for male inspectors or installing cameras in the rooms. A few people would then sit in the control room, enjoying the show and making comments. The recordings might even be used for entertainment later, or to blackmail women into submission. All sorts of negative memories and associations surfaced, and goosebumps broke out on her skin. She quickly took a step back. Why don't you go in? Find our people and come out to tell me. The target is so large, it should be easy to find them. Gu Shu looked at her for a moment, then chuckled. Bian Changxi narrowed her eyes. Are you messing with me? No, I just don't leak this rule either. So I asked them if there was a way to bypass the inspection. And be strong enough or have enough money. The former was a deterrent, the latter a bribe. And they happened to be strong enough and rich enough. Bian Changxi stared at him with a dark expression. Then you go. Come out when you have news. I'll wait here. Changxi. Gu Shu quickly grabbed her. I'm kidding. Our real problem is the scanner hidden in the wall. A scanner. Bian Changxi's attention was immediately diverted. They've invented something like that here. I don't know. But I was standing by the side just now and saw a flash of light on the wall every time someone went in. If I hadn't seen a scanner before, I would have just thought it was an electronic surveillance camera. Bian Changxi frowned. So, they're secretly finding out who among the entrants are space element users and how much they have in their spaces. That's despicable. What are they planning to do? It made sense when she thought about it. Unleak Sioux City base, where people went with the intention of settling down, making them permanent residents who should comply with inspections and fees, this place was just a temporary inn. Most people who entered only stayed for a few days or half a month. If there was a scanner openly displayed at the gate, who would be willing to enter? Just leak in her past life, she would have just found an empty spot to rest for the night. Would it kill her to pretend this base didn't exist? The actions of this base number 7 were a complete invasion of privacy. They were probably screening for wealthy individuals with weak combat abilities to rob at night. Bian Changxi thought maliciously, her impression of the base hitting rock bottom. Looking at the Kizai statue on top, she found its 2 eyes increasingly sinister, and its small mouth greedier than a gaping maw. The people repairing the road and maintaining order were all robbers, and the people leaning up to enter were all foolish, fat sheep. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was, if this was a black inn, would the suspected Jiang City group convoy that entered be devoured? They had to go in and investigate. The two exchanged a look. Bian Changxi said, "There's no hiding the one on your wrist. As for me, although my space will be detected, the screen and data will just show a blank. Why don't you take yours off, and I'll pretend to be the space element user." In the past, her farm would have been detected by the scanner. But after awakening her psychic element, she could use her mental power to conceal it, resulting in a blank reading. This was something she had tested countless times with Zhang Zhuan. In her past life, because the derivative psychic element of the space element was so rare, she hadn't paid attention to it. But she estimated that mental power could shield the existence of a space. Not just for her, but probably for ordinary space element users as well. When one's mental power was strong enough, they could even completely hide the existence of their space. Gu Shu looked ahead, mentally calculating the possibility of destroying the scanner. But he said, "I can't think of any other way for now." "Let's go with that." While waiting in lane, he raised his hand. Bian Changxi resignedly took off the jade bracelet fragment space device for him. It took a lot of effort to remove it. She then stuffed it into her pocket, but in reality, she placed it in her farm. To others, it just looked like she was playing a game with the man next to her, snatching an accessory from him,